Hey, what's happening, everybody? It is me, your Sunday night Astro friend, Robert Phoenix, broadcasting to you live from Texas. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being patient. Been cramming a lot of material in for tonight's show. Oh, look who's here. It's the Grand Duchess herself. Where's your guy? He's right over here. He'll be making his appearance soon. They found a box. Actually, they didn't find a box. I put a box down on the floor. And you know what? All cats, so they just love a new box. And Jasper's into it so much that he hasn't gotten out of it yet. But Rosie has. She's beat him to the punch. Haven't you, Rosie? You want to say to anybody? Huh? You want to share to the world at large? Jasper's looking at the door because that's where his outdoor cat buddy is right now. Yep. Yeah, I know. The Bengals, last time I checked, they were winning. I have not watched the Super Bowl today. Did Tupac make his holographic return? Because everybody was like, people in the conspiracy world and the truth world and the gematria world were all banking on Tupac making a holographic return. Did that happen? Because I didn't see the halftime show either. I'm not a fan of that hip hop. Like I said, I like some hip hop. It's like probably hip hop that a lot of people are not real familiar with, but I do think there's good hip hop. Don't get me wrong. I'm not just flushing the entire genre, but I don't like that hip hop. I'll never forget. I was working at Rasputin Records in Berkeley, and the new Ice-T record came out. It's when he did like a metal record. He had a band and everything. And I think he had a song called Cop Killer. I'm pretty sure. And I remember when that CD came in and we played it throughout the entire store. It felt like I wanted to fucking kill myself after hearing that CD. It was abrasive. It was loud. It was not good. I don't mind abrasive and loud music. I don't mind fuck you music. But it just wasn't good. Like the vibes were like super dark. And it's like, please put on something else. Everybody thought it was the coolest fucking thing. Hey man, Ice-T's got a new record out, man. New CD out. It's like fucking metal. He's talking about killing the police and shit. He's like one of the biggest sellouts. They're all sellouts. The guy goes on to the TV show and he plays a cop. Right? He goes from singing about killing cops and then he goes and he plays a cop. How weird is that? Isn't that strange? Maybe not. Maybe it's not so strange. I guess the only ones that don't sell out are the ones who wind up dying young. I guess maybe that's what happens. And I don't keep up with a lot of hip hop, current hip hop, but I know they're dropping like flies a lot of the time. So it's a genre that you proceed with caution if you adopt it. It's also very closely connected to the supernatural, quote unquote, the Illuminati, all that stuff. Rock and roll was too. I mean, don't get me wrong. By the way, if you want to see a really good show, I did one on Friday with Dr. Hans Utter. Let me throw the link up here because I really love this show. I mean, the guy has a ton of musical and cultural knowledge. And it was really great to be able to connect with him at like a really high level and start talking about, this stuff, this world that we both seem to know a little bit about. So I'm going to show you the show. This is from Friday. And if you don't know my other channel, it's over here. It's the Friday Forecast, and this is where I interview people every Friday. So here we have Hans Utter, Dr. Hans Utter, talking about schismogenesis, me and the Crimmies. The week before that with Shamika Michelle from Jason Whitlock's show, Fearless. And the week before that, I had Rock Castaldo, the always interesting Rock Castaldo, and Beth Martins. So this is great. I'm telling you, these are great conversations we're having on Friday over here. So if you haven't subscribed to this channel, go for it. Subscribe, because every Friday I do my best to come up with really interesting guests. And this Friday, it won't be, I won't be letting you down. Howdy Bukowski will be back with me on Friday. I haven't had Howdy on for maybe about a year. So, God, I feel like I want to yawn. Why do I feel like I want to yawn? Hold on. Let me get this yawn thing out of my system. Anyway, Howdy will be on with me this Friday. So, it's like pearls on a string. We just keep lining them up with all these great shows on the Friday Forecast. And this last Friday, some of the stuff that Hans and I talked about will bubble up on tonight's show. Some of it, not all of it. Okay, so let me get back into let's just see what's going on with the Super Bowl. Now, I thought that yes, I know your Bengals are going to win, right? I thought that the Bengals would win for a number of reasons. Mostly because it is the year of the tiger, and there's a lot of tiger symbolism that's connected with the Bengals. Okay. So it looks like the score is 20-16, and the Rams have the ball. It's 3rd and 1 on the Rams 20. Okay. So there's all this symbolism with the Bengals. First of all, you have Joe Burrow, who is a Cincinnati Bengal and an LSU Tiger, who plays for the Bengals now. You have Jamar Chase, who also played for the LSU Tigers and currently plays with Joe Burrow on the Bengals, also a Tiger. And then you have T. Higgins. And T. Higgins went to Clemson, which is also a Tiger. The Clemson Tigers. He has 2 touchdowns, by the way, for 100 yards. He's probably in line to win the MVP if the Bengals hold on. It's the year of the Tiger, right? It's all kind of, lining up here, right? Now, we do have, how much time is left? Let's see. We do have 5 minutes and 44 seconds. Looks like the Rams are going to have to punt the ball 4th and 1 at their own 30. If they're not punting, I mean, it would take a really ballsy call to go forward here. And I'm not sure what's going to happen. Let's see what happens. So the 2nd and 10 from the LA Rams 37. They went forward on 1st down. Looks like they got the 1st down. So this is a big drive for the Rams. Not that I'm going to be giving you play-by-play, but this is probably, if they don't score a touchdown here, and they could score a touchdown to get it to 23-20, which would be, I think, the over-under is 48 and a half. So right now, if you bet the over, you are really hoping that the Rams score 7 points here to get you to 17, so 23, 43. And then you'd have to wait and hope for a last-minute touchdown by the Bengals to get it over the top. So you know, the NFL's crazy. Betting lines are crazy. There's lots of money here, and we've seen how games are fixed in a lot of ways. Not saying it couldn't happen, but getting over the over is going to be difficult. Now, if the Rams somehow pull this out, by the way, they just got another first down. So it's 1st and 10 at Cincinnati's 49. So if the Rams pull this out and they score a touchdown on this drive, which give them 23, that means if Cincinnati, if the score stands 23-20, Cincinnati will cover because the spread is 4.5, and that's 3. So if you're looking for Cincinnati to cover, you've got some wiggle room, but there's still 3 minutes here to go. Okay, so now the ball's 1st and 10 at the Cincinnati 24. So they made the right call going forward on 4th and 1. Not a bad call. And let's see the plays here. What was the last play? So it was Stafford to Cooper Kupp for 22 yards. Okay, so another Tiger symbol, Odell Beckham Jr. was in this game, LSU Tigers, and he's out. So now you've got a Tiger sacrifice. Okay, so here we go. Stafford, short right to Cooper Kupp, Cincinnati for 8 yards. So they're at the Cincinnati 16 with, I think they're right at the 2-minute warning here. So it's 2nd and 2 from the Cincinnati 16. And looks like Stafford is just dinking and dunking. They did a end sweep with Cooper Kupp for about 7 yards on one play. What was that? 4th and 1. Stafford short pass to B. Hopkins for 9 yards. That was the big play right there. 4th and 1. No, it was, I'm sorry, 4th and 1. It was the Cooper Kupp play. 4th and 1, Cooper right. So they did Cooper Kupp for an end run. And then now we've got it's like what was that? So the ball is on the Cincinnati 8. So the Rams are driving here. And there's 1 minute and 55 seconds left. So if you bet the over, you're hoping the Rams win, or not win, I'm sorry, score. And then you hope that Burrow comes back and scores again, because that way the score would be 27-23. That's 50 points. That's 1.5 over the over. So anybody that's betting the over, you're hoping like hell that the Rams score here, and not just a field goal. The Rams can't afford a field goal. So I mean, you may or may not be into this, but right now, everything is Tiger symbolism at this point, but the Rams are marching here because there's, some of the other symbolism is, the sacrificial lamb, right? Or sacrificial ram. The Rams are a sacrifice, and Tiger representing China. There's a lot of meta symbolism there. If the Rams lose, if the Rams win, what does it mean? What does it mean? Does are we looking at war if the Rams win? Because the Rams represent Aries in war. So it's kind of an interesting Super Bowl in that regard. There's this theme, this undercurrent, right? You've got war, you've got the ram, you've got the sacrificial ram, you've got all this Bengal and tiger symbolism going on here. Matthew Stafford is an Aquarius. So we are still in Aquarius for the next 7 days. And when's his birthday? When is Matt Stafford's birthday? Let's take a look here. Let's see. Bring a little astrology into this. So Matthew Stafford is born on the 7th of February. So he's 34 years old. And he's making sure that he's keeping up with the white kid quota. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So I guess he and his lovely wife, Kelly, are doing everything in their power to balance out the population disparity here. Let's see, or the birth disparity. All right, what's going on in the game? A 2nd and 2 from the Rams, 16, and Stafford short pass to Van Jefferson. All right, so again, it hasn't changed. We're inside the 2-minute warning. 1st and 8, now it's 2nd and 8. And that was the first play after the 2-minute warning. It'll be interesting to see if Cincinnati starts calling timeouts. So the way that this game is looking now, if the Rams work the clock and then, no, they're okay. Now it's getting kind of mission critical. It's 3rd and 8 because Stafford just threw an incomplete to, it's like Davari Henderson, I think, the running back, or Daryl Henderson. I think it's Davari Henderson. I'm not up to speed on my Hendersons. So it's 2nd and 8 from the Cincinnati 8. If I were the Rams, I would, but they're getting into weird territory, right? Like they have to score here. Like they can't kick a field goal. They have to score a touchdown. And if they don't score a touchdown, this game's over. And it's the under. And the Bengals cover. And T. Higgins is your MVP. And I'm not sure what the odds were for T. Higgins as MVP, but I bet you they were pretty high. If you pick T. Higgins as a prop bet to win the MVP, let's just see what that is. Because I'm not sure who's going to get the Rams MVP. They've been playing like shit. Again, I'm not watching the game, but I'm kind of seeing the. So T. Higgins, speculation, best prop bets. Let's see what. That's a video. I don't want to see the video. Hold on. T. Higgins prop bet. Let's see. MVP. We got an MVP here. Plus 4,500. That's pretty damn good. Plus 4,500. Wow. If you put $100 on T. Higgins as MVP, or even $10, that's a damn good bet. You're hoping that the Rams don't win this thing. If you took a flyer on T. Higgins, because he caught 2 passes, one from Joe Mixon, and then the other from 2 Joes, right? We got Joe Mixon and Joe Burrow. So we got a little Gemini thing going on there. Okay, let me get back to the game. Let's see where we are. Let's see if the Rams scored. It's 1st and 4 at the Cincinnati 4. So this is it. Pass incomplete, short middle to Cup. Penalty on Cincinnati, defensive yards and forced. Cincinnati 8, no play. So it's so the penalty, this is interesting now. There was a penalty that extended this drive. So the refs, I'm not watching the game. So the refs seem to have inserted themselves into this game. Now they got 1st and 4 on the Bengal 4. If Matthew Stafford throws a touchdown, he's the MVP. How do you call defensive hold? That's bullshit. That is bullshit. They had defensive holding on Michael Crabtree when the 49ers were in the Super Bowl, and they didn't call that shit, which would have changed the course of NFL history. Had they called that play, they would have gotten 4 more downs, basically from the 1-yard line, Frank Gore probably scores a touchdown. Maybe Colin Kaepernick scores a touchdown. He was the quarterback. And maybe Colin Kaepernick's destiny is somehow changed by becoming the Super Bowl quarterback and maybe the MVP. Who knows? It's 1st and 1 on the Cincinnati 1. Okay, so the Bengals have all their timeouts. And essentially here, the Rams have 4 plays to score. And they can run the clock down at this point. So if you're Cincinnati, you've got to start calling timeouts because the Rams can just basically run 3 plays and Stafford up the middle, no gain. Okay, so Stafford's trying to win it. No gain. 2nd and 1. If the Rams don't score here, this will go down. We had 2 penalties in a row. We had a pass interference penalty, and we had a defensive holding penalty. I'm not watching the game, so I can't comment on whether or not those were really penalties. But it's convenient that the refs pulled their flags here. Well, continuing. The big one was the 3rd and 8. That's a big penalty. Because if they don't call that penalty, it's 4th down. Okay, so what do we got here? Cincinnati just called a timeout. And essentially now the Rams have 2 plays to score a touchdown. Now, theoretically, they can run, 40 seconds off the clock. So that's 80 seconds. If the Bengals get the ball back, they'd get the ball back with maybe 30 seconds left and probably no timeouts if they let the clock run. What do we have for touchdown? Okay, so the Rams are up now 22-20. All right, they're going to kick an extra point. There it is. So the Bengals are still covering with getting 4.5 points. Now, if you bet the over, this is going exactly the way you wanted it. And you're hoping like hell that Joe Burrow can throw another touchdown to T. Higgins. So if you bet the over, took the odds, if you took the odds, you're fine. You just don't want an interception here for a touchdown or a fumble, which will fuck up the odds. Now, I don't think that the Rams would try to score if they recovered the ball in a situation where it wasn't like a touchdown for an interception for a touchdown return. So if you have the under, you're sitting pretty well at this point. But if you took the over, you're really hoping here that they get the ball back. And they've got 1 minute and 25 seconds left in 2 timeouts. So this could go down if Joe Burrow is somehow able to lead them to not just tie the game. If you tie the game, you're still not in over territory, but it will go into overtime. And somebody will have to win, which means that the over will be good. So if you've got the over, you'll take a field goal. Or you'll take a touchdown. Touchdown obviously is better, but you'll take a field goal. And then you're sitting pretty in the money. So there's 1 minute, 25 left, and we have 2 timeouts on the. I hope you don't mind this. I'm actually kind of getting into this a little bit. I wanted to be a sports announcer when I was a kid. At least I thought so for a while. I was told by my college counselor that I'd never make it. I swear to God, first day, I've told the story before. First day I go to see my college counselor. And John Miller, who became baseball's most famous announcer, went to my college. It was a junior college. That's all it was in California, San Mateo Junior College. But John Miller came out of that program. And what was my counselor's name? Odom. I think his name is Dan Odom. Okay, so all right, here we go. Joe Burrow short pass to Jamar Chase, ran out of bounds at the Cincinnati 42 for 17 yards. That took hardly any time at all. Any time. Anyway, I walked into his office. It was a summer counseling session. I told him what I wanted to do. So you'll never make it. You'll never make it. Your diction is horrible. You don't articulate well. You'll never make it. Now, there are some people who will say, fuck you. I'm going to show you that I can make it. I wasn't that guy at that time. I wasn't that guy. I was like, really? I'm not going to make it? Wow. Let me just keep getting high here. All right, Joe Burrow, he got another completion. That was to Tyler Boyd at the Ram 49 for 9 yards. Now it is 3rd and 1. There's an incomplete pass deep right to Jamar Chase. So we're going to try and end this game. Okay, so now it's 3rd and 1 at the Ram 49. So they're getting close to field goal range. This guy McPherson's got a good leg. He could send this thing into overtime. Isn't that what the NFL wants? Don't they want an overtime game? They've been having overtime games all year so that they can, recoup on the advertising from when people stop watching football because of the aforementioned Colin Kaepernick. All right, so what do we have here? It's a big play. You don't want to get to 4th and 1. They got to all right, that was rough. They gave the ball to Samaje Perine. One of my favorite names in the NFL, Perine. It's actually spelled Perine. He's a large player. He was tackled by Aaron Donald. So this is it. It comes down to this play. They've got one timeout. And they need 1 yard for a first down. They went right tackle with the big guy, and he ran into 2 Rams, including Aaron Donald. All right, so really this is it. This is the game right here. If they don't get a first down, you crown the Rams, and we're looking at war. No, I'm just kidding. Here we go. This is the big play. 4th and 1. Ball at the Ram 49. 43 seconds left in regulation. Will Joe Burrow? Incomplete pass. The game is over. And that's it. LA ball. Oh, hold on. So what happened? 1st and 10. Yeah, LA ball. That's it. Game over. Your LA Rams are the Super Bowl champions of 2020. 23-20 is the score. If you took the Bengals and the under, congratulations. I guess who's going to be the MVP for the Rams? It's got to be the Rams as the MVP. So let's see if we can find out who that is. Let's see. 23-20, and let's go to team stats. Team stats. Okay, we don't want team stats. How about just stats? Cooper Kupp, 2 receiving touchdowns, 92 yards. He's probably your MVP. Probably the MVP. Let's see, what were Cooper Kupp's odds for the MVP? Okay, so let's see. Cooper Kupp. If you pick Cooper Kupp to be the MVP, plus 145. That's not a bad bet. Not quite as good as T. Higgins, but that's not a bad bet. So looks like he's probably going to be the MVP because he caught 2 touchdowns. And that's it. There you go. So the LA Rams and Aries are the champions, and they've defeated a lot of symbolic odds. You know, the storyline was really headed towards Bengals 49ers, because that would have been the third Bengals 49ers Super Bowl matchup. And you would have had, you know, Joe Burrow, and then, of course, the 49er legend, Joe Montana, who won in the 2 previous matchups. But this was all about LA. Okay, this was all about LA. And I probably would have picked, honestly, the Bengals, but hedged it with the Rams, because a lot of the gematria people, including Zachary Hubbard, he really thought it was going to be Niners and Bengals. But I knew the Rams were going to be in the Super Bowl because the game was being played in Los Angeles. Now, last year, for the first time ever, although the 49ers unofficially had the first Super Bowl win close to their stadium, because they beat the Cincinnati Bengals in Stanford Stadium, because they had the Super Bowl at Stanford Stadium one year, it was very odd. They've never had another Super Bowl at Stanford Stadium. It's very strange. But they played the Bengals it was the Dolphins. My bad. They played the Bengals in Miami. They played the Dolphins at Stanford Stadium. And so the Niners from just up the road in San Francisco won that year. But it wasn't officially like playing in Candlestick, because Candlestick was a piece of shit. It was one of the worst stadiums ever. And Stanford was old. I mean, that was like Stanford, you didn't have any like even reclining seats. You had benches. You essentially sat on benches at Stanford, but they could hold 100,000 people at that stadium. So I'm sure they sold, as they say, a shit ton of tickets. But I knew the Rams were going to be in the Super Bowl. It's like, come on now, it's going to be in LA, right? Brand new stadium, SoFi Stadium. They're going to have the Death Row halftime show with Snoop and Dre, and then Eminem, not Death Row, but part of the mix, and Mary J. Blige. It's like, that's a winner, right? That's a winner. And they got bailed out there at the end of the game with those 2 calls, because that third down, I'd love to see that third down play. They got bailed out, because if they don't get bailed out by that holding call, it's 4th down. They got bailed out by 2 penalties right in a row. I kept that drive alive. So you'll have your sports conspiracy theorists all over that one. And again, I'm assuming that Cooper Kupp is the MVP. Let's just look at this, see if they named it. Let's see if they named it. Super Bowl MVP candidates: 3 Bengals, punter, ref that missed the face mask on Ramsey, Dre. So it's really bad when they can't figure out who the MVP is. You could just tell. There was one player in Super Bowl history where the losing team got the most valuable player. There's only one. And it was Chuck Howley, who played for the Dallas Cowboys against the Indianapolis Colts in the 1971 Super Bowl. I remember watching that Super Bowl as a kid. And I think that was probably the first time I was conscious of watching a Super Bowl. Because I don't remember watching the Kansas City Chiefs pummel the Vikings the year before. I do remember the Jets playing the Colts. I remember being in the grocery store, and it was on the PA in the grocery store. So I remember hearing that Super Bowl. I didn't see it. So that was the first Super Bowl I ever watched, was the 71 Super Bowl. Jim O'Brien kicks a winning field goal, but there's nobody in the Colts good enough to win the MVP. So they gave it to Chuck Howley, who was the safety for the Cowboys, who had the best game, which is strange. Very strange. So it's got to be Cooper Kupp. Let's see. I don't think they've named so what is this? LI? Where are we? LI3? No. Where are we here? LI5. I guess it's LV, right? Super Bowl MVP LV. Let's see. No. LVI? I guess it's LVI. LV was last year. See, I don't even watch Super Bowls anymore. I didn't watch last year's Super Bowl. I didn't watch this year's Super Bowl. Joe Burrow was sacked 6 times, by the way, if you're counting those things at home. Now they're talking about co-MVPs. Cooper Kupp and Aaron Donald. Everybody's rooting for Cooper Kupp. Let's see. Let's see who it is. I don't think they've named it yet. Oh, okay. So, no, that was Madden. It was a simulation. They're probably figuring out who the most politically correct person is to win this thing. That's what I think is happening. That was just a simulation. One player is getting the most MVPs. So Aaron Donald got the most bets. He got the most bets. All right. They haven't named it. I bet they were just in a politically correct quandary now. MVP, the referee, and the phantom holding call. It's going to come down to that. I guess that. So it looks to me like the refs inserted themselves and the holding call was exactly how I thought it went. Phantom, extended drive. This is why I stopped watching sports. I stopped watching sports because of bullshit like that. I think the first time I got really sick of watching sports, when it really just hit me in the face that this thing was beyond fixed, like just beyond fixed, was the game that sealed for me in football. In football, it was the Super Bowl with the Seahawks versus the Pittsburgh Steelers, where they played it in Detroit. It was terrible. The referees inserted themselves all over the game. The storyline was Jerome Bettis was retiring, and so he had to win the MVP in his hometown of Detroit, Michigan, and that's exactly what happened. And after I saw that Super Bowl, which was quite a while ago, I think it was around, 2006, so 16 years ago, I'm like, this is bullshit. This is total bullshit. And every Super Bowl after that, mostly bullshit. And a lot of the Tom Brady stuff is bullshit too. Like the guy got bailed out by so many refs. Okay, I'm going to talk about astrology. Enough football. Let's talk astrology. Before I talk astrology, let me check in with you. Let's see who's here. I apologize. I didn't get to you guys as quickly as possible. It should be live, right? Let me just see here. Change my channel. Just want to make sure I'm live. guess if I wasn't live, you guys would be on my case. So there we go. Let's see who we have here in chat tonight. We had a lot of ground to cover. Okay, here we go. Let's see. We got Bliss Lee in the house. Dawn, I learned so much on here. Found Robert through following Leo King. Welcome, Dawn. Hi, Ayurveda Astrology. So yeah, we got some good stuff tonight. Besides that, yep, from day one, it's been about LA. Okay, I'm not tripping. I thought Cat looked different. His cats love him. Yeah, they do. Let's see who else here. Lana Anderson. What's going on, Lana? Heather Gianna. Speaking of Ram, Heather Gianna's a big time Aries, isn't she? Same came through Leo King. Welcome all you Leo Kingers. Rosie's always like, hey, the techno brat is in the house. What's going on, Emily? Good to see you there. She is lovely and talented. Jonas, Susie Gemini. All two of her here tonight, or three or four. Beth Berry, Rams 1. That's true. There's my man, Steve, Thor by the door. It is all fixed. The officiating has ruined everything. It's fucking ruined everything. It's ruined football, baseball, basketball. It's ruined what your kids read in school. It's ruined what you can wear and not wear in public. It's all the same. They're all the same. They're all agents of Capricorn. And yeah, they've ruined a lot of fucking things. Super Bowl halftimes always suck. Did Tupac show up? Was he there? Or Tupac? Pac. My mom had a poster of Joe Namath hanging in her closet. Oh, that's funny. It's better than your dad having a poster of Joe Namath in his closet. Let's see. They were talking all about the Joes. Yes, I'm sure they were. Let's see. Super low T and energy. Let's see what else. Long time ago, the commercials were funny. I know the halftime commercials in the Super Bowl used to be the shit, right? Like they were really companies. My favorite commercials for the Super Bowl were these companies that were trying to do something with the internet around 99 and 2000 for a lot of their shitty products that didn't work and they didn't have a long enough runway to make them work. And they had all this money to spend because they had all this like seed money, right? These investors would give them this seed money and they had like a year to spend that shit. Swear to God. Let's just buy a Super Bowl ad. We don't care if our shit works or doesn't work. We're just going to buy an ad. We don't care if people know what we're talking about. Let's buy an ad. We got to spend this money. Those were the best ads because like, what? Who are these people? Why do they have 10,000 cats here? What is this product for? Those were the best ads, honestly, because you sit around scratching, who the fuck are these people? They had to spend the money. All right, let's see. Who do we have here? Yikes, football. Sorry. Will Smith, Fresh Prince, redo, advertised thoroughly. Lots and lots of hard seltzer. The Puppy Bowl was good viewing. Old school Bud commercials were lovely. If Cup had purple hair, he'd get it. Yeah, I think you're right, Steve. Hockey is still entertaining. Man, hockey's gone woke, though, man. It has gone woke. Just ask Evander Kane, who got busted because he was faking his vax passport. I don't like the Steelers. The statue of the tiger off the pickup truck was shattered before the game. Ooh, there's some symbolism. Wow. Very interesting. You guys are great. Mercury retrograde playoffs were such good games. Astrology factor this game makes it 10 times more interesting. My birthday is the 17th. Aquarius, happy birthday, Misbehaving too. We're going to talk about Chiron tonight, by the way. Good Chiron stuff tonight. Allies Within. What's going on, Alec? Super. The Allies Within. Very good artist. Really, really good graphic artist. In fact, I bought a hockey print from him. He's one of my Facebook friends. Allies Within. Check out his stuff. Go to my Facebook page. Super talented. And I had to get his Carolina Hurricane hockey print. It's in my house. E-Trade had fun commercials. Been seeing any fun. There's nothing fun anymore. Hockey is sketch big time too. Absolutely. Soleil from Melbourne. What's going on, Soleil? How are you? Good to see you. NZ here, all woman protesting in Wellington. Well, hope you get a few men out there too. And I know I haven't talked to him in a while, but and I'm just one of these people I've lost touch with, and I want to get back in touch with them. But Murray, I'm sure you're probably not watching, but I hope you're doing well. Down in New Zealand, and of course, the Love Queen, Mia Love, also in New Zealand as well. So we have a little bit of reach. We're global here in the 11th house. We're global. Okay, thanks for being here. Thanks for wading through some of that Super Bowl play-by-play stuff we got to. I don't really care who wins MVP. Got a lot of ground to cover tonight, and I think why don't we just take a look at the chart of the moment? I'm not going to spend a ton of time there, but a lot of people seem to get some insight to it, right, and from it. Plus, it theoretically tells us where we are in theoretical space-time. You coming back? Is this Act 2 now? Act 2 is here. You're just still in the box. He's still in the box. Like, are you coming out of the box tonight or what? He's in the box. He's like, I'm in the box. I know she'll come back here because she likes this box too. All right, let's take a look at the chart of the moment. Let's see what we got. Let's see what's happening. I got a lot of good stuff tonight. Tonight, I'm really hoping tonight is going to be epic. I hope it goes down as one of the best Sunday Night AstroLive shows after we trim the fat of this little Super Bowl deviation. Okay, let's look at the chart of the moment. Let's see, do I have the right city? Oh, I always do this. Come on now. Let's see what we got. What's the city? Yeah, hey, we got it. How about that? How about that, boys and girls? We got it right. Right there. It was the chart of the moment. 5 Libra. So I guess we'll be nice to everybody. I guess we'll find win-win. I think we started in Virgo, like the end degrees of Virgo with the show, but now we're at 5 Libra. So it pays to be diplomatic. I'll do my best to be diplomatic and bring balance to the proceedings over the next hour and a half or so. Here we go. Sun at 25 Aquarius. We moved past the Sun-Saturn conjunction. And what happened with the Sun? Because it went through the end of that Sun-Saturn conjunction this last week. What would we look at for something like that? You know what's really interesting is what's going on with the old jibber jab. So Stefan Bancel, the guy who's the head of Moderna, he sold all of his stock and then deleted his Twitter account. Also, Albert Bourla, that is not his real name, by the way. I found out he has a different name, which makes him sound all the more culpable. Let's just say that. He hasn't been seen for a while. So a lot of these heads of the pharmaceutical companies are either checking out, dropping out, or being taken out. So that doesn't really bode well. If you are somebody like Rochelle Walensky, oh, and isn't Fauci starting to sound a little bit of a different tune now? Well, we should be out of this pandemic by sometime in March or April. Looks like the people are acquiring your natural immunity, and that's what we want to be. So I think we're kind of winding down here. Of course he's going to say that because guess what? The receipts are coming in. They're just coming in, and they're tabulating and adding up and adding up and adding up and adding up. When you have somebody like Heather McDonald start talking to Dr. I'm a handler Drew, That guy's a handler. I used to watch his shows on addiction. Trust me, he's a handler. And she comes out and says, I don't think I'm going to get another booster. That's a big deal. She did not triple down. There are people in Hollywood and in celebrity status and celebrity culture who, believe it or not, they do pay attention. And the Bob Saget piece was a turning point. They tried to soft pedal the Bob Saget thing. Massive. We're talking massive hemorrhaging to the brain. So they're trying to sell it with, well, you know, he probably slipped and fell, like Heather McDonald did. But Heather McDonald took a major spill right on the back of her head, landed her in the hospital. She comes out of it. Now, if Bob Saget had the same fall, he must have fallen from at least 3 or 4 stories right on his head. More than likely. Or somebody came in the middle of the night and gave him a head massage with a plumbing wrench. Or he had a massive brain hemorrhage. It's one of those 3. And I think people in that world are looking at Bob Saget. And for a lot of different reasons too, because Bob Saget has a very, how do we say this, sordid past. Full House, right? That was his show. Depraved, totally depraved show. Full House. Pockets of the Future has done a lot of interesting commentary on that. And there's a lot of depraved people in Hollywood. So they're not only looking at Bob Saget, who is known in Hollywood circles to be pretty depraved, member of a depraved show, where almost everybody in the show's gone through rehab. So they know all about Bob Saget from that point or that place. He was bragging to people about how well equipped he was to go on tour, which meant that he was meeting all of his checks that would allow him to go to clubs and cities and do his revival stand-up tour. So they all knew that he was current with everything that he needed, right? That's another part of this story. And then, boom, out go the lights. So there are 2 parts of the Bob Saget piece. One, the fact that he's got this very sordid, dark, and checkered past. And 2, he was fully up to date. They're paying attention. I'm telling you right now, they are paying attention. So the authority thing was interesting this last week because there's this challenge to authority that came out of, and even the whole truckers thing has something to do. I don't trust the truckers thing at all. I don't. Although I do trust the truckers, not all the truckers are in on a big scheme or a plan. They're not all in a big scheme or plan. And it appears that some of it's working. I think Doug Ford has removed some. I think some of it's working, possibly. Of course, there's people that are connected to the truckers that are connected to Soros. I mean, there's all these weird threads. They want to turn the truckers into a whole January 6th thing. But it's different with Canada. I mean, Canada is, I don't think of Canada as being extremist. I really don't. When I think of Canada, I think of generally funny people. A lot of people from Canada are funny. There's a lot of Canadians that are funny. Some aren't funny, but a lot of them are funny. When I think of Canada, that's what I think of. I think of funny people. Funny jokes that I sometimes don't get. Or references like Tim Hortons and things like that. I think of the band Rush, who are Canadians. Alison Morissette, who dated the guy from Full House, who treated her like a piece of shit. That's what I think of when I think of Canada. I think of Celine Dion, who's, withering her way somewhere because she's not getting the right infusions into prevail. I mean, these are some of the things that we can. I don't think of extremism. I just don't. So trying to sell these truckers as extremists is really not going to work. It doesn't have the same kind of stamp and imprimatur, right? Canada is still a part of England, with the exception, I think, of what? Quebec, which doesn't Quebec have its own thing? I don't know. For a while, they're trying to be separatist. I don't know what's going on in Quebec. It might just be all one big Maple Leaf family, but they're still under the control of the Queen, or theoretically the rule of the Queen. They never rebelled. I mean, we did, but we kind of didn't. But we did, kind of did. They haven't. So they don't have that, right? But so I don't really feel like I think of Canadians as being extreme. I just don't. So when you try to pin this extremist thing on these truckers, it's like trying to play pin the tail on the donkey without a pin. You know, it's like, and it just keeps falling. So it could be one of these things that's manufactured in AstroTurf, because reality seems to be that way mostly in general. But it also seems to have wheels and legs on its own. So go truckers. May your truth and heart and courage prevail. May whatever you're doing overcome the people that want to manipulate the situation. And we're pulling for you no matter what the puppet masters are trying to accomplish by dragging this out. So if you're a truck driver and you're in the mix, I support you. Now, tomorrow, the moon is going to go into Leo, so we're going to have a full moon on Monday. Should I crank up Duran Duran? Well, that's new moon on Monday. New moon on Monday. Tomorrow's a full moon on Monday. I like it. You got a moon, we're going to have a moon Saturn opposite. Was it moon Saturn first, right? Moon Saturn opposition first. Mercury's almost in Aquarius. Got 29 Capricorn. It's almost in Aquarius. So tomorrow Mercury goes into Aquarius. That'll be fun. I like Mercury. Mercury-Pluto conjunction. That's interesting, especially in light of the Super Bowl with referees. I think of referees as being very Saturnian. They're Saturnian. They're the judges. They even have a title on the field called a back judge, right? Back judge. The back judge of the linesman. Who else do you have? You have the umpire, the head referee. I fucking hate NFL officiating. I hate officiating in general. I hate umpires, officiating, NBA refs. I hate it. Like, it's like the Matrix inserting itself into those events, right? I'm wondering if tonight, with that call at the end of the game, you got a Mercury-Pluto conjunction, and then opposing the moon in Cancer. Yeah, there's something about Cancer is kind of pure. Of all the signs, I think Cancer has a lot of purity. I really do. It's the first water sign. What is Cancer? What is Cancer involved with? Nurturing, caring, right? Maternity, motherhood, fixing, mending. Those are all really primary functions. So I tend to think of Cancer as I think the first four signs are pretty pure and unadulterated. Even Gemini, when you get into that duality and the schizophrenia and all the things that we know about, it's still pretty pure, right? You know what you're getting involved with Gemini. You're getting involved with talking and communication and gossip and cleverness, your siblings, right? But it doesn't have the same kind of weird complexity, say, Aquarius does. You get into Aquarius and, man, you're out there. You're really out there. You're out on the rings of Uranus. Uranus has rings apparently, which I wasn't aware of until yesterday or today. And I just, wow, Uranus has rings. Interesting. That's out there, right? Aquarius is out there. You know what you're getting generally with Gemini. I'm not saying Aquarius is out there in a bad way. I'm just telling you there's more complexity. Every time you move over to the next series of signs elementally, there's more complexity. And by the time you get to the last four, they're super complex. Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, they're complex. They're complex signs. There's a lot going on there. They're institutional. They represent like big chunks of how our culture is influenced. You look at Sagittarius through, the college experience and education and religion. You go to Capricorn, you start dealing with, governments, big business and corporations and adjudication and judges. Like, these are really, really big chunks of our world. And those chunks tend to be complex, right? It's sort of the middle four signs. They're kind of complex. Scorpio is complex. Scorpio, even I would say Scorpio is complex, but it's still not as complex as Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces. Because with Scorpio, you kind of know what you're getting with Scorpio, right? It's going to be sex, the underworld power, magic, other people's money, right? And when you are involved with a Scorpio person, where somebody has a lot of Scorpio tendencies and traits in their chart, you're going down that path. And sex is probably one or two in that range, right? You know what you're getting. Sometimes you'll deal with jealousy. Sometimes you'll deal with intensity. And the other thing with Scorpio, when they're done, they're done. Right? Cut off, boom, done, move on, right? That's how Scorpio operates. You kind of know what you're getting with Scorpio. You kind of know what you're getting with Libra, although Scorpio is a little more complex, right? Libra, so okay, we're going to get into this world of balancing contracts and negotiations and Venus and art and artifice. But again, it starts to get a little bit more complex. Who am I? Who are you? Where do I begin? Where do you begin? Right? That's all Libra stuff. Let me balance me out. Let me balance you out. If things get a little more complex there, it's the next air sign over. Virgo, a little more complex than Taurus. Taurus, you know what you're getting. You know what you're getting with Taurus, but Virgo, a little more complex, mercurial. It is mutable. It's ruled by Mercury, but it's a liquid and a solid. It's kind of neurotic, but also grounded, right? It wants to serve, but if it serves too much and it's resentful, so you get some stuff with Virgo there. You know what you're getting involved with, but it's not always complicated. And you look at Virgos, and there's some pretty crazy fucking Virgos. Like D.H. Lawrence is a Virgo. He's kind of crazy. He's brilliant, but he's kind of crazy. Leo, you know what you're getting with a Leo. A little more complex in Aries, though, right? Aries is straight ahead. Straight ahead. I'm gonna share some. I'm not gonna say any names. This comes from the client files. I love to share from the client files because, number one, I don't get to mention any names, which is fine. We call them, client A, and that's it. Client A. So client A, who's a semi-regular client and a very fine person, a person I started working with about 3.5-4 years ago, watched her emerge. The biggest and best thing about client A was her emergence. So when I met her, client A was in assisted living. Okay. And client A was going through kind of the final stages of addiction. And she was in literally what they would call a halfway house, right? This was a house for women. Client A was a woman. And young women, because she was older. So a lot of the people who were in recovery in this house were much younger than she was. And so she played this kind of interesting role as somebody who sort of a mother. I think she had some supervisorial roles inside of this house. So when I began to work with her, the transiting true node was in her 12th house, which made a lot of sense. So, I would talk to her about her chart, and I try to explain the transiting true node over here in the 12th house. And I said, when you get to a certain time, your life is going to become more social. And sure enough, almost to the week/month that the true node began to emerge from her into her 11th house, guess what? More social opportunities. And they began to add up. And then I kind of lost track of client A, but I knew where she was going because eventually that true node would go into her 10th house, which it did. And I knew that her career would pick up, which it did. And I could see it, right? I could see everything like clockwork happening in her chart. So client A got back in touch with me I don't know, maybe 3 months ago. So I started to work again with client A. And this time, client A is now living on her own. She's got a job paying her over $90,000 a year. Okay. So if you're out there and you're in your 60s, this is a person who's in their 60s. This is a success story. All right. A success story. So if you're struggling and you're, in your 50s or 60s, just know that you can still flip the switch in your life. I'm telling you, because I've seen it. I've seen it with this person. So client A gets back in touch with me. And the reason she gets back in touch with me, and I find out all the details of how well she's doing, is that somebody's come into her life. I'm like, great. And she describes this person. He sounds interesting, right? Sounds interesting. Then I find out he's an Aries. Now, being an Aries is not incompatible to client A, by the way. That's not a game changer or a deal breaker. However, client A has Mars in Aries, very aggressive, very forceful energy. This person who is a fighter, part of a Grand Cross, right? Mars in a Grand Cross in her chart with, guess what? Pluto. And she's got Mars in Aries, okay? Well, client A's newfound dude has Venus in Aries conjunct her Mars. Hey, that's not a bad deal, right? And guess what? The Venus-Mars conjunction, it's happening. Like, it's happening, right? So it's very interesting watching this. Now, client A's newfound companion is very self-directed. Here's the Aries part. Very self-directed. And does two things in life. And apparently he does them well to the best of his ability, is he skis and he sails. And that's it, right? That's what he does. His life revolves around these things, and he builds his relationships along these passions that he has. Skiing and sailing. That, my friends, is an Aries. And it even came up in a kind of a critical part of the conversation. I'm not going to say anything more, but that's what he said. Like, this is who I am, and this is the only thing I know how to do. That's Aries in a nutshell. Boom. And again, fun. They have a lot of fun. They got the Venus-Mars conjunction, which is super high chemistry, right? A lot of heat. By the way, if you want to have a strong sexual connection with somebody, if you line up Venus and Mars, it works. The Venus-Mars conjunction in the chart almost always signifies chemistry and passion, okay, between two people. Squares, maybe you get good makeup sex. I don't know. I think Venus-Mars squares are argumentative. I'm not sure I'd be into it. Conjunctions can be really good. Trines are nice. Sextiles are nice. Venus-Mars opposition, a little tricky, right? A little tricky. It's hard to get on the same page. And depends on who the Venus and who the Mars is in the relationship, right? It's not easy. Like I think it's better if Mars is the man and Venus is the woman, because then generally in our culture, this is the way it's been. Like, Mars can be in pursuit of Venus. That can kind of work. If it's flipped around, it might be a little bit different, although not to say that can't work either. Generally speaking, you get into those Mars-Venus definitions, and they tend to work better the way that I'm describing them, right? Masculine, feminine, let's put it that way. Anyway, you get into Aries, it's pretty basic, right? So that's the idea behind the first four signs. And we got there by talking about Cancer, and how Cancer is primary water. And not that Cancers can't be complex, because they can be, because they're moody and they're ruled by the moon. But the fundamental basics are there with Cancer. Those first four signs, fundamental basics. The further away you move from them, more complexity. By the time you get to Pisces, it's a miasma. It's always bad. It's just a miasma. Okay. We got the moon coming in Leo tomorrow. So we're going to have a full moon. Well, not quite a full moon. That won't be until what, Tuesday? So the first thing the moon is going to do is it's going to oppose Saturn. Moon-Saturn oppositions are not fun. Usually, Moon-Saturn oppositions in a chart represent a divorce. A lot of people that I've worked with, if they've got a Moon-Saturn opposition in their house, they've gone through a divorce in their family. It's the way it is. The moon is the mother, Saturn's the father. And this is going to be an interesting opposition coming up here because the moon in Leo is passionate. And Saturn in Aquarius is cool and detached and in a lot of ways very Fauci-like. So we got the moon coming in and oppose. So I'm wondering what kind of divorce, we're going to see here at the beginning of the week. How is this going to manifest? Who is going to separate from what? It's like the moon in Leo wants to party. It wants to have fun, right? It wants to have a good time. And the transit of the moon here, it's going to be interesting because you've got the Saturn opposition, and you got prior to that, and after that, you've got the full moon. When is that going to be, on Tuesday? Right. So Tuesday, the sun will be at 27 Aquarius. So the moon should be right there. Full opposition. You're going to go through a moon square later tomorrow with Uranus. I think Monday and Tuesday, that's going to be a very interesting day on an emotional level. I feel like people have had enough. You've got a moon Uranus square, which is explosive. That's on what, Valentine's Day too, right? Valentine's Day is it's tomorrow. So we're coming into moon and Leo on Valentine's Day, full moon on Valentine's Day in Leo. So you would think it would be romantic, but because of the moon opposition to Saturn, we might see more breakups than makeups on this Valentine's Day. Interesting. That's how I'd see it. That said, I think a lot of this has to do with pent up emotional energy. That's what I think. People have had enough. Moon Uranus square. It's like, let's blow this thing up, right? I'm metaphorically speaking, of course. Let's blow this thing up. Moon Saturn opposition. Enough already. We've been through 2 fucking years of winter. Really, that's where we've been, through 2 years of winter. This all started in 2019. By the way, it was the winter of 2019. We're coming up on the 2-year anniversary of when Rudy Gobert faked like he had COVID and wiped his hands all over the mic after the Utah Jazz versus the Denver Nuggets basketball game. And after that, everything changed. So we're coming up on that 2-year anniversary. We've been in winter for 2 fucking years, okay? And here comes this moon in Leo opposing Saturn. It's going to oppose the sun too when it's full. And squaring Uranus, that's like, that's enough. That's just enough. And then we're going to have the inconjuncts. We have the inconjunct with the moon in Leo, inconjunct Jupiter at 10 degrees. That'll be tomorrow. And then the inconjunct with Neptune, which will be right around the same time as just a little bit before the full moon. And I think, again, you get into those inconjuncts and there's a lot of unpredictability here. There's a lot of unpredictability emotionally the first 3 days of this week. Like people have had enough. And I keep thinking that something's going to come up with this game. Look at that. Venus, Mars, exact. We got the Venus, Mars conjunction. And we're going to talk about a very interesting Venus, Mars character tonight on the show. So it's going to be I think it's going to be an interesting week. I think people have had enough. I think you're going to see some divorces take place. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with Harris and Biden. Are they going to go through a divorce? These are some of the things that I'm talking about. Alliances that we've seen in the media, in the world, you can see them. They're going to break apart. I guarantee you, in the first 3 days of this week, you will see people who are separating, parting ways, either physically or ideologically, that you didn't think would happen. It's coming. It's coming. All right. Let's get on with the show. So one of the things that we're going to get into tonight, probably the main topic, if I have time, I'll try to get into the Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder, symbolism, if we have time. I may go late tonight. I got a lot of sleep last night. I went to this event yesterday, but I'm not going to talk about it tonight. We'll talk about it on tomorrow's show. It's worth talking about, and I do want to publicize the group that through the event or organize the event. And I'll share more with that on my show tomorrow, 15 Minutes of Flame. And I went through, I kind of went through a little hell yesterday, but it was good hell. I'm just telling you, every now and then you got to put yourself through a good hell. And I went through good hell because it helps you from going through the not so good hells. So I'll talk about my good hell yesterday. All right. Let's get into the topic of tonight's conversation. This is where we're going to be spending most of our time tonight. And I can't wait because I've been wanting to talk about this for a while. So what we're going to talk about tonight is the year 1977. And you're asking yourself, Robert, why the fuck are you talking about 1977? That's a long time ago. What does it have anything to do with where we are now? And I'm going to tell you plenty. 1977 is one of those pivotal timeline years for a number of reasons and some really strange shit. Like today, in the world we live in, we have like clown world, which is strange. And then we hear about things that are grotesque and sick and morbid and dark, right? Like it's dark, strange, and morbid strange, and underworld strange, and clown world strange. Back in 1977, strange was interesting in some degree. And I'll show you. Like, strange was kind of interesting and weird and goofy, but also in a strange way connected to what was going on with the events of the day. So let's turn back the time. I wish I could play the time tunnel, but if I did, I'd probably I had a time tunnel, like strange mix I did. I used to play that on my show. And that way I wouldn't get hit with the copyright thing. Maybe I'll do another one of those. But let's just go back, and I'm going to use Wikipedia here to take you back into the year 1977. And it starts off literally and figuratively with a bang. Here we go. The first thing that happens, 3 bombs in Moscow within 37 minutes, killing 7. The bombings are attributed to an Armenian separatist group. Now, that's January 8th, David Bowie and Elvis Presley's birthday. Elvis Presley would die later this year. Kind of interesting, right? So we have 37 minutes and killing 7. So that's 44. Elvis died when he was 42. Okay, so that's that. January 10th, we have another explosion, right? Mount Nyiragongo erupts in eastern Zaire, Democratic Republic of Congo. You're going to see a lot of terrorist stuff here in 1977, and we're going to get into it. We're going to get into why it was going on. It's a big recurring. There are recurring themes here in 1977 that really define the time and the astrology of the time too. Okay, so now we've got that. Ocean Park theme park opens in Hong Kong. That's all January 10th. January 16th. Okay, here we go. The first of many fucking plane crashes. Line flag. Looks like Lynn flag jets. Lynn flag flight 618 crashes into Calvesta area of Stockholm, killing all 22, interesting number, 22 people on board. You're going to see at least half a dozen major air crashes during this year. Astrologically, I'll show you why. But here we go. We're creeping up on the big event, January 17th. So the date here is 1/7, and then the year is 77. So we have 1777. Think about that now. 1777. What is that? That is 1 year theoretically after 1776, right? The year before it was 1976, which was the 200-year bicentennial of the United States of America. So we've got 1/7, right? 1777. So 17 and then 17. So, and then we have 1717. There have the 1777. Or we could go 11 and then we can go 777, right? But I'm really looking at the 1777. So the reason why this year is important, because it's one of those years like, okay, you had a great year, United States of America. That's all over with. Yeah, 200-year cycle. It's over. If you look at the number 200, you can probably reduce it if you wanted to the Aeon card. And the Aeon card in the Crowley deck is, it's like the end of, it's the judgment card and Rider-Waite, the end of one world, the beginning of another. Okay, so we're off into new territory because this is year 201. This is about the creation of a new world. 1977 is about the creation of a new world. And it starts off with a bang in Moscow, and here's the big bang right here. Gary Gilmore is executed by firing squad in Utah. The first execution after the reintroduction of the death penalty in U.S. All right, so we're going to take a look. There's 49 Marines from USS Trenton and USS Guam are killed as a result of a collision in Barcelona. All this shit is happening. Planes are crashing, ships are crashing to one another. Like this year is about collision, catastrophe, disastrophe, and symbolism that will turn your head inside out. And we're going to start with Gary Gilmore. Keep in mind, there had not been one person executed, not one, for the previous 9.5 years. Okay, there was 2 rulings. The rulings are bizarre because they both come out of the state of Georgia. One ruling puts a stay on execution, which I think was upheld by the Supreme Court. The next ruling removes the stay on execution in the state of Georgia, goes Supreme Court. Supreme Court actually supports that ruling. So in both cases went to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court voted, put a stay in execution, turn them back on again. Like, very bizarre, both coming out of the state of Georgia. So Gary Gilmore is executed by a fucking firing squad, right? Where did they execute people with firing squads? You got to go back to the Revolutionary War. Traitors, Benedict Arnold. I mean, this is what they used to do back in the day, right? It wasn't cyanide, it wasn't a chair. If you were convicted of a crime and found guilty, right? If you're charged with a crime, found guilty, in most cases you faced a firing squad. So Gary Gilmore is like this ritual sacrifice at the beginning of 1977. And he's not just anybody. Gary Gilmore is a rock star. Norman Mailer wrote about him in the Executioner song. That story / book got made into a movie, and Tommy Lee Jones played Gary Gilmore, and Rosanna Arquette played his young girlfriend. And Gary Gilmore's claim to fame was that he shot and killed 2 people in Utah. And this is the weird part about his trial. His trial lasted 2 fucking days. Like, how does that happen? 2 days. 2 days. I mean, because some of these trials, they go on forever. Kyle Rittenhouse's trial. By the way, has anybody seen Kyle Rittenhouse lately? Paging Kyle Rittenhouse. Like, where the hell is Kyle? So he came up. He was this cause celeb. He was all over the place. And now he's just gone back down the rabbit hole. Isn't that interesting? Nobody talks about him. Doesn't really, I mean, maybe if I did a search, his name might pop up, but it's not like it was 2 months ago where everybody was talking about Kyle Rittenhouse and Kyle Rittenhouse this and that, and he's a hero. He killed 3 black people. Some people actually think that. Some people think he killed 3 black people. The whole thing's bizarre. Venus-Mars conjunction, by the way, with Kyle Rittenhouse, born in the same day as Greta Thunberg. Venus-Mars conjunction. Guess what Gary Gilmore has? He's got a Venus-Mars conjunction, which we're going to look at. So his trial lasts 2 days. Utah now has the death penalty in place because, well, you can. The death penalty got reinstated in 1976. 9.5 years since anybody had been killed in the United States. I believe it was 1967. It was in June of 1967. So Gary Gilmore has 2 choices to be killed. He's going to be killed by hanging, or he can be killed by a firing squad. So he chooses the firing squad. Now, 1977 is a very unusual year because this is the year that they begin to have an actual Senate hearing on MK Ultra. So some of this MK Ultra stuff is starting to come up through these hearings. Some of the MK Ultra stuff will come up in a strange way indirectly from MK Ultra being something that's being investigated, which you'll see. Also, another thing around Gary Gilmore is that he's Mormon. He's got this Mormon thing going on. And they convict him in 2 days. Now, he had tried to appeal to the court that he was insane. Now, keep in mind, Gary Gilmore, when you look into his past, he's got a terrible past. There's another character that we're going to cover, his opposite sign. Keep that in mind, because this year in 77, we have Jupiter in Gemini and Neptune in Sagittarius. So this opposition stuff comes into play. Another guy later in the year, born 1 degree in opposition to Gary Gilmore, will show up. He's infamous, and his past is very similar to Gary Gilmore's. We're going to get into Gary Gilmore's bio a little bit. I'm going to look at his chart. I'm going to show you what was going on with him, his chart, and what was going on with the outer planets. It's very interesting. And the profile that Gary Gilmore fits is the profile, unfortunately, of a lot of young men and who get shuttled off into foster homes, and they turn bad. They don't have a family. They don't have a lot of support, so they go south. And my father was one of those guys. My father got shuttled off to foster homes, and some of them were not the best. And my father was one of those. He was on the border. He was really on the border. And he was one of those guys that could have gone, I wouldn't say he would have become Gary Gilmore, but he was headed in that direction because he had a very violent upbringing. He had a real violent streak in his youth. And he caught a lucky break. He went to go see, he got thrown in jail because he beat the hell out of this guy one night in a fight. And he got thrown in jail, and he had a female judge. I think I've told the story before. And I think the female judge kind of liked him because my father was, kind of good looking. He had Mars and Scorpio. She probably liked him a little bit. And she let him off, but she said something to him when she let him off that changed his life. Like, he had a major pivot, and he did not become one of these characters. But when you look at Gary Gilmore's life, you can just insert Charles Manson. It's the same kind of really dodgy, bad parenting, lots of stepfathers and, all kinds of weird shit, right? Institutionalization. Another guy that's like this is Steve McQueen. If you look at Steve McQueen's past, he's somebody that fits the profile. And everybody that ever hung out with Steve McQueen said he was an asshole. He became a great actor. He said he was an asshole. He was super competitive. He's also short. So he had that. But he was fairly strong, and he was an Aries. Steve McQueen's an Aries, right? And he had one goal in life, was to make more money than Paul Newman. I'm sure he had a few others, but that was his main one. Steve McQueen had a real checkered past, and I think he got thrown out of the Army too, if I'm not mistaken. Same deal, right? Same deal. And a lot of these men, were really damaged goods, and Gilmore is one of them. Okay, so so the reason why this is important, there's a lot of reasons why this is important. Yeah. It starts the year off with a ritual murder, a ritual sacrifice, somebody who had been glorified in some ways by the media. Also, he was, I think, Candace Bergen and some other people did a song about killing Gary Gilmore as a Christmas carol. It's like one of the Snowman songs. They inserted like Gary Gilmore lyrics. It's like really poor taste. Really poor taste. And then I think there was a Saturday Night Live skit where Eric Idle played Gary Gilmore. So he's like, floating around the media. They're kind of making fun of him, but they're also lionizing him. Norman Mailer lionizes him. I mean, you get Tommy Jones, who's a Freemason. I'm not sure he was a Freemason, but he's a Freemason now, plays Gary Gilmore. The Adverts, one of the first punk rock groups, wrote a famous song called Looking Through Gary Gilmore's Eyes, which is about a guy who gets Gary Gilmore's eyes after Gary Gilmore was executed. The best song the Adverts ever did. They probably should have quit after that song. Looking Through Gary Gilmore's Eyes. They describe what they see. So it's not like he's a nobody. This is a somebody. Okay. And I'll give you another little tidbit here of how Gary Gilmore changed our culture. So he's a ritual sacrifice. He's a ritual murder. He is the first American executed by the death penalty in 9.5 years. It's kind of a big deal, right? And when so he wanted to plead insanity, but the judge wouldn't let him do it. No, you're not going to get it. Now, fucking Dan White pleaded insanity because he said he ate too many Twinkies. And he got away with it. But Gary Gilmore, and Dan White, by the way, was the golden boy. He was in the Army, got all these awards and medals, and yet he gets off by saying, I ate too many Twinkies. But this guy, Gary Gilmore, doesn't get off, right? So he's found, okay, like I'm not going to be able to spend the rest of my life in an institution. Okay. So he's like, let's get it over with. If that's not going to happen, let's get it over with. And then I think the ACLU came in and they put a stay on his execution, and he tried to commit suicide because he wanted to die. Now, this is one of the reasons why Gary Gilmore becomes a cause celeb, because he doesn't want to string things out. He doesn't want to use the legal system and every single lever to play it and delay and delay and delay. He's like, let's get it over with. So when he is eventually shot by, an array of you, but by the way, when you have a firing squad, not everybody has a bullet. Not everybody has a bullet. Let's say the firing squad consists of, 9 people. 3 of those guys may not have bullets. 6 of them might. So the reason they do that is because one of the guys in the firing squad might say, you know what? Maybe it wasn't my bullet. Maybe it wasn't my bullet. And then they have to turn and walk away, right? They have to turn. They can't go up there and count how many fucking bullets there were. I mean, it probably wouldn't be helpful anyway. So not everybody in the firing squad has a bullet. Anyway, Gary Gilmore, before they pull their triggers, says, let's do it. That phrase became Nike's slogan, just do it. So Nike's slogan evolves out of Gary Gilmore's last word for the firing squad. That's pretty significant, right? That is significant that they adopt his final words as their brand. And now we have this ritual murder, this ritual sacrifice that takes place at the beginning of the year, and it's the most fucking crazy year. It's right up there with 1968. 1968 was nuts. 1977 might be more nuts and have more far-reaching impact. Okay, so let's go to, we were just there. Let's go to Gary Gilmore. Okay, so this is interesting. So we're gonna get into a bit of a dive here. Bit of an astro dive, and we go into some strange places with Gary Gilmore. Gary Mark Gilmore was born Fay Robert Kaufman. So he already has 2 identities. And the name Fay happens to be a woman's name. Keep in mind, he's got a Venus-Mars conjunction in Scorpio. So you can see the masculine and the feminine thing, Gary and Fay. Right? It's in these 2 names, except for Robert, right? So let's keep going here. Was an American criminal who gained international attention for demanding the implementation of his death sentence for 2 murders he admitted to committing in Utah. After the U.S. Supreme Court upheld a new series of death penalty statutes in the 1976 decision, Gregg versus Georgia, he became the first person in almost 10 years to be executed in the United States. So there was no death penalty for almost 10 years. These new statutes avoided the problems under the 1972 decision, Furman versus Georgia, which had resulted in the earlier death penalty statutes being deemed cruel and unusual punishment, and therefore unconstitutional. The Supreme Court previously ordered all states to commute death sentences to life imprisonment after Furman versus Georgia. Now, that happens, let's see, 1972. So that's under Nixon. Nixon, I think, is impeached in 74, if I'm not mistaken. 73, late 73. I'm going to look it up. Gilmore was executed by a firing squad in 1977. His life and execution was the subject of the 1979 nonfiction novel, The Executioner's Song by Norman Mailer, and the 1982 TV film of the novel starring Tommy Lee Jones. So they make this movie 5 years after his death. Okay, 5 years after his death. Now, what's interesting is the connection with the year 1981 and 1982. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it's 1981. Jonathan Harris comes out with the first Hannibal Lecter novel. Jonathan Harris, by the way, will write a book that will play a role in the telling of the story of 1977. And that book is Black Sunday, which I'll talk about later. So Jonathan Harris, born September 22nd, my birthday, 1940. That's his first novel. And in a weird way, it becomes a script that plays out in 1977. In 1981, he writes the first Hannibal Lecter book. Now, why is that important? It's because Gary Gilmore's death, his ritual death, in my estimation, paves the way for this genre of literary and cinematic character of the sociopath or the psychopath as the hero. Prior to that, we had the anti-hero, which is very different. So the anti-hero may be in this gray area between law and order, but the anti-hero almost always winds up doing the right thing. He may go about it doing it differently. We may not always like the tactics of the anti-hero, but he becomes a hero. Clint Eastwood, clear example of the anti-hero. Steve McQueen, and you see these anti-heroes come up in the 60s. Hannibal Lecter is not an anti-hero. He does not fall into that camp. And Hannibal Lecter leads to other shows like Dexter, where the sociopath becomes a hero. And Gary Gilmore's ritual assassination, begins that pivot away. It's the pivot away from the anti-hero to the sociopath or the psychopath as a hero, because the way that he was portrayed, like he was portrayed heroically by Norman Mailer. They made a movie out of him because he didn't want to dodge his death. So they're lionizing his courage, even though everything that, once you add up all the numbers, whether it's has to do with his genes or his upbringing, he winds up becoming a sociopath. So let's get into his story a little bit. It's weird. It's a weird story. Gary Mark Gilmore was born in McCamey, Texas on December 4th, 1940. The second of four sons to Frank and Bessie Gilmore. The other sons were Frank Jr., Galen, and music journalist Michael Gilmore. So Michael Gilmore is an interesting character. He wrote a book about his brother. The second of four sons. So the other sons were Frank Jr. and Galen. And then I'd like to read this guy's book, by the way. It sounds like a really interesting book. Frank Harry Gilmore Sr., November 23rd, 1890, Lincoln, Nebraska, July 31st. In 1962, Seattle, Washington, that's when he died. An alcoholic con man, had other wives and families, none of whom he supported. Now, what's weird is when you go into the astro.com biography, it's got a completely different story of Gary Gilmore. It's fucking weird. It's almost like two separate people. And I'll show you. So he was a Mormon outcast from when he married Bessie Nee Brown, a Mormon outcast. So Bessie Nee Brown. So Bessie Brown is the Mormon outcast. Frank is the he's not a Mormon. Okay, so he's not a Mormon. Frank Harry Gilmore Sr. marries Bessie Brown, right? She's born August 19th, 1913, Provo, Utah. They married in Portland. A Mormon-educated, Mormon outcast. Remember Mormon. This is going to come up again later in the year. A Mormon outcast from Provo, Utah, in Sacramento, California. Gary was born while they were living in Texas under the pseudonym of Kaufman. So he's actually born Faye Robert Kaufman, which is weird, right? This was to avoid the law. Frank christened his son Faye Robert Kaufman. But once they left Texas, Bessie changed it to Gary Mark. This name change proved to be a sore point years later. Frank's mother, Faye, kept the original Faye Kaufman birth certificate. And when Gary found it 2 decades later, he assumed. So Faye Kaufman, who was Frank's mother, Frank Gilmore's mother, right, had the original birth certificate. He finds out that that's not his name. Okay. He assumed he must either be illegitimate or someone else's son. He seized on this as the reason that he and his father never got along. He became very upset and walked out on his mother when she tried to explain the name change to him. The theme of illegitimacy, real or imagined, was common in the Gilmore family. Frank Sr.'s mother, Faye Gilmore, once told Bessie that Frank Sr.'s father was the famous magician who passed through Sacramento, where she was living. Bessie researched this at the library and concluded that Frank was the illegitimate son of Harry Houdini. Yeah, that's fucking weird, right? In fact, Houdini was only 16 years old in 1890. That doesn't mean he couldn't father a kid, by the way. The year of Frank Gilmore's birth. So he would have had to father him at 15. I don't know. Possible. And did not begin his career as a magician until the following year. But there's still maybe some, leeway here. As such, whether Faye meant that Frank Sr.'s father was someone who would later become known as a famous magician may never be known. Michael Gilmore, Gary's youngest brother, believes the story to be false, but it has stated that both his father and mother believed it. So his mother and father believe that Bessie's father was Harry Houdini. Okay, it's fucking weird, right? This whole thing's weird so far. During Gary's childhood, the family frequently relocated throughout the Western United States, with Frank supporting them by selling fake magazine subscriptions. Gary had a troubled relationship with his father, whom his youngest brother, Michael, described as cruel and unreasonable man. Frank Gilmore Sr. was strict and quick to anger and would often whip his sons. Frank once and Frank Jr., Gary, and Galen with a razor strop, whip or belt for little or no reason. Less often, he would beat his wife. He mellowed somewhat with age. Michael reported that Frank whipped him only once, and he never did it again. Michael told him, "I hate you." In addition, Frank and Bessie would argue loudly and verbally abuse each other. Frank would anger Bessie by calling her crazy and defame Brigham Young, the second president and prophet of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, as Brigham Young. Bessie would retaliate by calling him a Catholic, and threatening to kill him some night. The abuse continued for years and caused considerable turmoil within the Gilmore family. In 1952, the Gilmore family settled in Portland, Oregon. As an adolescent, Gary began engaging in petty crime. Although Gilmore had an IQ test score of 133, gained high scores in both aptitude and achievement tests, showed artistic talent. I think he had drawings. I think those drawings are in Mailer's book. He dropped out of high school in 9th grade. He ran away from home with a friend to Texas, returning to Portland after 7 months. So he's got a street life. He goes to reform school. At the age of 14, Gary started a small theft car ring with friends, which resulted in his first arrest. He was released to his father with a warning. 2 weeks later, he was back in court on another car theft charge. The court remanded him to the McLaren Reform School for boys in Woodburn, Oregon, from which he was released the following year. He was sent to Oregon State Correctional Institution on another car theft charge in 1960. Then his father has terminal lung cancer. He dies at the end of July 1962, while Gary was in Rocky Butte Jail in Portland, facing charges of driving without a license. The jail guard told Gary when his father died, despite his dysfunctional relationship with his father, Gary was devastated, tried to kill himself by slitting his wrist. After his father died, Gilmore got into more and more trouble as the wilder side of him came out. and he was frequently drunk. He faced assault, armed robbery charges in 1964 and was given a 15-year prison sentence as a habitual offender at the Oregon State Penitentiary in Salem. A prison psychiatrist diagnosed him with antisocial personality disorder with intermittent psychotic decompensation. He was granted conditional release in 1972 to live weekdays in a halfway house in Eugene, Oregon, and study art at a community college. Gilmore never registered, and within a month was arrested and convicted of armed robbery. Due to his violent behavior in prison, Gilmore was transferred in 1975 from Oregon to the federal prison in Marion, Illinois. So this is a big-time facility, this one in Marion. Gilmore was conditionally paroled in 1976 to Provo, Utah, to live with a distant cousin, Brenda Nicole, who tried to help him find work. Gilmore worked briefly at his uncle Vern D'Amico's shoe repair shop, and then for an insulation company owned by Spencer McGrath, but he soon returned to his previous lifestyle, stealing, drinking, and fighting. Gilmore, then 35, had a relationship with Nicole Barrett Baker. Nicole Barrett, but later Nicole Baker Henry. A 19-year-old had been married twice before and had 2 young children. The relationship was casual at first, but soon became intense and strained due to Gilmore's aggressive behavior and pressure from Baker's family to prevent her from seeing him. So that's the Rosanna Arquette character. So this guy is fucking institutionalized most of his life. I mean, he's in it. You can just see it from basically like, 14 on. He's in and out of all these institutions. And on the evening of July 19th, 1976, Gilmore robbed and murdered Max Jensen, a gas station employee in Orem, Utah. The next morning, he robbed and murdered Bernie Bushnell, a motel manager in Provo. Although both men had complied with his demands, he murdered them. The young men were each ordered to lie down and were shot in the head. Both were students of Brigham Young University. Both left widows with infants. Okay, I'm going to bring that up again. I'm going to bring up Brigham Young University because it plays a role here one more time in 1977 under very bizarre circumstances. Okay, so while disposing of the .22 caliber pistol, like a .22 is nothing, he must have shot him multiple times. Gilmore accidentally shot himself in his right hand. Like, how the fuck does that happen? How do you accidentally shoot yourself in the right hand? That's kind of bizarre. Was he left-handed? I don't know. Good question. Leaving a trail of blood to the service garage, we had left his truck to be repaired prior to murdering Bushnell. Garage mechanic Michael Simpson witnessed Gilmore hiding the gun in the bushes. Seeing the blood on Gilmore's crudely bandaged right hand, when he approached to pay for repairs to his truck and hearing on a police scanner of the shooting at the nearby hotel, Simpson wrote down Gilmore's registration number and called the police. Gilmore's cousin, Brenda, turned him into police shortly after he phoned her, asking for bandages and painkillers for the injury to his hand. Utah State Police apprehended Gilmore as he tried to drive out of Provo, and he gave up without attempting to flee. Although he was charged with the murders of Jensen and Bushnell, the Jensen case was never brought to trial, apparently because there were no eyewitnesses. So what you have here with the Jensen murder is odd because it's circumstantial evidence. Gilmore's murder trial began at the Provo courthouse on October 5th, 1976, and lasted 2 days. Peter Arroyo, a motel guest, testified he saw Gilmore. Okay, so he sees Gilmore in the motel registration office that night. That's interesting. So he sees him register. After taking the money, Gilmore ordered Bushnell to lie down and then shot him. Gerald F. Wilkes, interesting name, right? Like John Wilkes Booth. Gerald F. Wilkes, an FBI ballistics expert, matched the 2 shell casings and the bullet that killed Bushnell to the gun hidden in the bush. And a patrolman testified that he had traced Gilmore's trail of blood, the same bush. Gilmore's 2 court-appointed lawyers, Michael Esplin and Craig Snyder, made no attempt to cross-examine the majority of the state's witnesses and rested without calling any witnesses for the defense. Gilmore protested. And the following day asked the judge if he could take the stand in his own defense. perhaps arguing that due to disassociation and lack of control he felt at the time, he had a good case for insanity. His attorneys presented the findings of 4 separate psychiatrists, all of whom had said that Gilmore was aware of what he was doing and that he knew it was wrong at the time. While he did have an antisocial personality disorder, which may have been aggravated by drinking and drugs, he did not meet the legal criteria for insanity. Gilmore withdrew his request on October 7th. The jury retired to deliberate, and by midday had returned with a guilty verdict. Later that day, the jury unanimously recommended death penalty due to special circumstances of the crime. Now, because they just passed this law, the special circumstances of the crime, whatever they are, apply. Whatever they are, they maybe left women and kids, and now all of a sudden their lives are worth more. Who knows? So Gary chose not to pursue habeas corpus in relief in federal court. His mother, Bessie, sued for stay of execution on his behalf. In a 5-4 decision, the Supreme Court, like this gets to the fucking Supreme Court, refused to hear the mother's claim. The court's per curiam opinion said that the defendant had waived his rights by not pursuing them. At the time, Utah had 2 methods of execution, firing squad or hanging. Believing a hanging could be botched, Gilmore chose the former, declaring, "I prefer to be shot." The execution was set for November 15th at 8 a.m. We're going to look at the execution chart. Against his express wishes, Gilmore received several stays of execution through the efforts of the ACLU. The last of these occurred just hours before rescheduled execution date of January 17th. Gilmore said of the efforts by the ACLU to prevent his execution, they always want to get in on the act. I don't think they have ever really done anything effective in their lives. I would like them all, including that group of reverends and rabbis from Salt Lake City, to butt out. He's a Sagittarius, okay? He's got to get in the religious dig. And he's into the truth, right? He's like, okay, you want the truth? Here you go. They haven't done anything effective. This is my life and my death. It's been sanctioned by the courts that I die, and I accept that. During the time Gilmore was on death row waiting his execution, he attempted suicide twice. First on November 16th, after the first day, and again a month later on December 16th. So that's weird, right? Like if they weren't going to kill him, he's going to kill himself. Gilmore was executed on January 17th at 8:07 a.m. by firing squad at Utah State Prison in Draper, Utah. On the morning of the execution, Gilmore was transported to an abandoned cannery behind the prison, which served as its death house. He was strapped to a chair with a wall of sandbags placed behind to trap the bullets. 5 gunmen, okay? 5 gunmen stood concealed behind a curtain with 5 small holes through which they aimed their rifles. Now, not everybody had a bullet, by the way. Just keep that in mind. When asked for any last words, Gilmore simply replied, "Let's do it." The Reverend Thomas Mearsman, the Roman Catholic prison chaplain, administered last rites to Gilmore after the prison physician cloaked him in a black hood. Okay, that's ritualistic. A black hood. Gilmore uttered his last words to Mearsman, "Dominus vobiscum." Translation, "The Lord be with you." Mearsman replied, "Et cum spiritu tuo," and with your spirit. The Utah firing squads consisted of 5 volunteer law enforcement officers from the county in which conviction of the offender took place. The 5 executioners were equipped with .30 caliber rifles and off-the-shelf Winchester 150 7-grain silver tip ammunition, if you're taking notes at home. The condemned was restrained and hooded, and the shots were fired at a distance of 20 feet, aiming at the chest. Again, I'm not sure everybody has, here it is. Prison officials stated that the firing squad comprised of 4 men with live rounds and 1 with a blank. So that means that they leave a reasonable doubt, like, fuck, I could have been, maybe I was that guy. Maybe I didn't kill him. Maybe I didn't kill him. so that the shooters could not be certain as to who fired the fatal shots. However, on inspecting the clothes by his brother Gary at his execution, Michael Gilmore noted 5 holes in the shirt. I guess they was lying. According to his memoir, Shot in the Heart, the state of Utah apparently had taken no chances in the morning to put my brother to death. Gary Gilmore he requested some of his organs be donated for transplant purposes. So I guess he could get his eyes. Within hours of the execution, 2 people received his corneas. There we go. Looking through Gary Gilmore's eyes, the hit song, well, the semi-punk rock hit song. Well, the semi-hit song by the punk rock group, The Adverts. His body was sent for autopsy and later cremated that day. His ashes were scattered from an airplane over Spanish Fork. This guy was in and out of institutions his entire life. So here's where a lot of the, as Gilmore was the first person in the United States executed since the reinstatement of the death penalty in 1976, his story had immense cultural resonance at the time. I'm telling you, this is an important event. This is the first execution in nearly a decade. It's a year after the bicentennial, the big year for the United States of America. This is ushering in something new. This is ushering in something new. This is ushering in the beginning of the sociopath as hero. Now, you would say maybe that he wasn't the only sociopath. Before his execution, the December 11th, by the way, that's very close to his birthday, the December 11th, 1976 episode of NBC's Saturday Night Live, season 2, episode 10, featured guest host Candace Bergen, who is an avowed lifelong communist, and the cast singing a Christmas-themed medley entitled Let's Kill Gary Gilmore for Christmas. Dressed in winter attire and surrounded by fake snow, the performers sang the medley of familiar Christmas carols with altered lyrics set to Winter Wonderland. Included this line, "In the meadow we can build a snowman, one with Gary Gilman packed in ice. We'll ask him, are you dead yet? He'll say, no, man, but we'll wait out the frostbite till he dies." Lovely. Lovely. There were shitheads even then. Okay. A later episode of Saturday Night Live on October 20th in 1979 featured guest host Eric Idle performing impersonations while strapped to a stretcher, assisted by orderlies with the stretcher standing on end. Idle covered his eyes with a black blindfold and announced it as an impersonation of Gary Gilmore. The founding of the advertising agency Wheaton and Kennedy, Dan Wheaton, credits the inspiration for his "Just Do It" Nike slogan to Gilmore's last words. There you go. The ritual sacrifice, the incantation of Gary Gilmore is turned into Nike's slogan. How about that? Norman Mailer wrote a novel, The Executioner Song, based on Gilmore's life. It won the Pulitzer Prize, notable for its portrayal of Gilmore and the anguish surrounding the murders he committed. The book expressed Mailer's thinking about the national debate over the revival of capital punishment. Another writer to blend fact with fiction was Colombian writer Rafael Chaparro Medieto, who featured Gilmore as one of the main characters in his 1992 novel Opio en las Nubes, which won the National Prize. The Executioner Song was adapted by Mailer for a television movie with the same name, starring Tommy Lee Jones as Gilmore and co-starring Christine Lahti, Eli Wallach, and Rosanna Arquette. Jones won an Emmy for his portrayal of Gilmore. So there's a lot of heavy-duty cultural acclaim. There's also some degree of debasement, but definitely some degree of social cultural acclaim. Like, they are celebrating Gary Gilmore in some ways, right? This is through these works. Matthew Barney's film Cremaster 2, 1999, featured Gilmore as the main character. It was the second of 5 films in the Cremaster cycle, played by an actress. The metamorphosed character corresponding to Gilmore appears in the beginning of Cremaster 2. I've never seen those, by the way. His brother goes on to be a pretty good writer. He wrote Shot in the Heart, detailing his relationship with Gary and their often troubled family, starting with the original Mormon settlers and continuing through Gary's execution and its aftermath. He might be somebody that would be interesting to catch up with. Shot in the Heart received positive reviews, including a comment by New York Times critic Michiko Kakutani calling the book remarkable, astonishing. Shot in the Heart reads like a combination of Brothers Karamazov and a series of Johnny Cash ballads. Chilling, heartbreaking, and alarming. 1994. So they make a movie out of that book. So it's not just out of Norman Mailer's book, but out of his brother's book. Won the Los Angeles Times Book Prize, a National Book Critics Circle Award. Shot in the Heart became an HBO film starring Giovanni Ribisi as Michael, Elias Koteas as Gary, and Sam Shepard as the brothers' looming father, Lee Tergesen as Frank Gilmore Jr. And then, of course, there's a 1977 punk rock single, Gary Gilmore's Eyes, by the band The Adverts. It was used in the soundtrack of the movie. The song is written from the point of view of a hospital patient who has received the eyes of Gary Gilmore, a transplant, and we know that somebody did. Welsh playwright Dick Edwards dramatized Gilmore's life in the play called Utah Blue. And Jack Nicholson's performance in The Postman Always Rings Twice was reportedly inspired by Gilmore. So Gilmore is this cultural icon. He receives the status, right, of a movie star. He's like John Wayne. He's like Clint Eastwood. But he's not, right? He's somebody who's institutionalized most of his life, supposedly kills two guys in cold-blooded murder, becomes the first recipient of the death penalty in 10 years, and then tells the rabbis and the reverends to go stuff it, and that the ACAL has never done anything good. So this is the portrait of heroism moving forward after 1977, okay? So keep that in mind, because that's where this is all headed, right? It takes us into the time we are now. And by the way, 1977 is the year of the snake. Now, at that time, it was the year of the dragon, because it hadn't, 1976 is a dragon year, and it hadn't, the Chinese New Year hadn't happened yet. And remember, Thomas Harris, not Joshua, Thomas Harris, I believe his first Hannibal Lecter book is called Red Dragon. Okay, Red Dragon. And Gary Gilmore dies in the year of the dragon, not the year of the snake. That will come later, after the first new year, or first new moon of that year. All right, so I've set the stage a little bit here with Gary Gilmore. And by the way, this show's going to go on for a little bit tonight. I'm fully rested with a lot of content, so I'm probably going to go to, at the very least, 12:30 Eastern time, maybe a little bit longer, because there's so much ground to cover. So I set the stage for you, okay? All right, so what I want to do is I want to show you his chart and the day that he got. We know the day and the hour that he got assassinated. That's interesting. Apparently they found 5 bullets. Okay. Gary Gilmore is a Sagittarius. So you're going to get the truth, right? I mean, that's theoretically how Sagittarius is supposed to work. He's a Scorpio rising, but he's at the end of Scorpio. Remember that. That's an important detail. We'll come back to that later as we explore another event that's very important in 1977 as it relates to the sign of Scorpio. So he has Mercury in Scorpio. There's the Venus-Mars conjunction, and we can see it right here in Scorpio. So he has that Venus-Mars conjunction. He's got Mercury 23. His ascendant, let's bring this up here a little bit. His ascendant is 28 Scorpio. My ascendant, 28 Scorpio. And so is Mercury kind of conjunct, right? Kind of. Right there. So he's got Mercury 23. Yeah, 5 degrees. But there's a hidden side to Mercury in the 12th house, family secrets, especially with Scorpio, because you're dealing with things like legacies. He's got some 8th house action. Chiron over here, right? Conjunct Pluto. We're going to talk about Chiron as well. 1977 is the year that Chiron's discovered. That comes later in the stream. So what's interesting is we have a Uranus-Mars conjunction. Mars, of course, represents violence. He's in a 12th house institution, right? There's Mars there, there's Venus there, there's Pallas there, and then Uranus kind of makes sense, right? It makes sense because they hadn't had an execution in 10 years. So this is a radical departure from how they had viewed life and being on death row and all that shit, right? And with Uranus also, there's a media effect. And the media effect shows up, right, through Norman Mailer, through the movie, through his brother's book, the adaptation. That's Uranus. Uranus tends to be, sort of, it's not tends to be, it's connected to Aquarius. Uranus is in Scorpio, which is an important fact for 1977 because Uranus is exalted in Scorpio. And this is the year of innovation. I will show you that this is when innovation takes off like a fucking rocket. It really starts in 76, but 77, it's really scooting along. And I'll show you that. By the way, we are in a time where Uranus is in Taurus, which I believe is in its detriment, which means that if this is about innovation and innovation through social technology and evolution, or the evolution of innovation and social technology, Uranus represents the opposite of that in Taurus. So we're in de-evolution. And I've talked about this, that when you come out of that 1850 period, which is that period where it looks like we're basically coming out of Tartaria, right? 1850, 51, 52, Uranus moves into Taurus. It goes de-evolutionary, right? De-evolutionary. Now, Uranus in Aries can be very inventive, very, very inventive. Don't get me wrong. It can be very inventive. When Uranus was in Aries, they invented they didn't probably really, a lot of the stuff, now that I think about it, that came through and it kind of surfaced with Uranus and Aries prior to World War II. I believe it was 7 years. So it'd be what, I think 1920, I think it's 25 to 32, if I'm not mistaken. It's either 25 to 32 or 26 to 33. It's in that 7-year period. I'm guessing now what I know about what had happened with this timeline thing that we're talking about, that maybe a lot of the stuff that they actually work on in Uranus and Aries is from a different period of time. Things like television and X-rays and all kinds of really complex things, radar, sonar, it all starts to come online when Uranus is in Aries. World War II comes around, and guess what? They get to road test it, right? So World War II, you get that 7-year period from 1932 to 1939. The Olympics are in 36. By 39, the war is happening. Uranus and Gemini. I think it's around 39 to 46. So Uranus and Gemini, a lot of this stuff gets tested out too. It's that cycle. And Uranus and Gemini, I don't even want to go into that. Let's just stay here for a minute, okay? So this is where a lot of this innovation is taking place, which you'll see. So we have this radical thing happen in the 12th house of Gary Gilmore's chart. Bang, it's right there. So he's got Mars in Scorpio. We have Uranus in Scorpio, 11 degrees. So you have 9/11. Weird, right? Happenstance, perhaps. Now he's got that Venus-Mars conjunction. Remember his first name, the name that he saw on the birth certificate that they named him for because his father was a con man, was on the run, was named Faye, which is typically a woman's name, girl's name. So there's your Venus. And then Mars is Gary. And this guy spends most of his life in an institution. He's pretty fucked up. True node in Libra. There's Pluto on his true node. So I guess he wants scales of justice, balance, right? Guess that's what he wants. Here we have the true node. Yeah, and I believe is it in Taurus or is it in Aries? Let's just take a look. I think it's in Taurus. So true node, Libra. So his true node is in Libra, right? Right there. And here, yeah. So Pluto's in Libra, but it's not quite. Hold on. He's got Pluto and Leo. So Pluto here, 14. So, yep, it is on his true node. 9 degrees, that's a conjunction. That's death, right? Death, scales of balance, justice. And then the transiting nodes are, yep, 29. 29, South Node Chiron, right there. And 27, Aries. So his true node is, so they're not quite opposite. The opposition would have already occurred about 2 years before that. So he committed the murders when in 76, right? So at that time, might have been a little bit closer. Remember, Chiron hadn't been discovered yet. It's not, Chiron will not be discovered until later in the year, but we can look at it and see where it was taking place. And what's interesting is that it's at the 29th degree, and this is corporal punishment, right there, descendant. And we have the death penalty, bullets, right? Chiron, 27 degrees. That's weird. It's like they're bringing something back from the past. It's exactly what they're doing. It's very strange. And opposing, ultimately, Pluto will oppose them, ultimately. And I believe that sentence took place in 76. So that would have been I think more than likely, it's going to be Chiron in opposition with Pluto. Although the true node might have been there too. True node, I'd have to go back and look. So it'd be 76. But yeah, we can see it, right? We can see this thing with corporal punishment coming back in with Pluto, death, and we have these rulings by the Supreme Court to that extent. He's already got his South Node in Aries. He just wanted to be an artist. Fuck. Couldn't do it, though. Couldn't do it. What's interesting is the position of Neptune. Because we could go back to 76 when the murders happened. And this is where Neptune has been around his sun. And that's an interesting conjunction, right? Because when you get into Neptune-Sun conjunctions, and especially if it's in his first house, when he has the sun in his first house, you would get mythologization, the mythologization of Gary Gilmore. You would have that, right? Neptune has that quality. It has that quality of kind of immortalized, like the realm of myth, emerges out. For me, it emerges out of like two signs and two houses, the 12th house with Pisces and the 8th house with Scorpio. We get a lot of underworld and death myths that come out of the 8th house, very psychological house. And those are the two houses I think really play a role in the emergence of imagery from the collective unconscious. We get Piscean age imagery from the 12th house. We get a lot of underworld occult imagery from the 12th house. And even though they're both within a mathematical relationship between one another harmonically, we still have this kind of emergence of devils and angels and all the things that come from those two houses specifically, right? So Neptune is the ruler of the 12th house, and it is actually exalted in the sign of Sagittarius. So we can see here through this relationship with Neptune and his sun that Gilmore takes on this strange kind of almost mythological role. It's one of these transits that I think in a lot of ways has something to do with the creation of a myth and to some extent a legend, although he's not quite a legend, because a legend is something that's like, Paul Bunyan was a legend, right? That's a legend, but Gary Gilmore is not a legend. We know who he was. We know his past. We know that, again, theoretically he killed these people, and we're going down that path, right? His brother wrote a book about it, so he's not a legend, but they have, in a lot of ways, immortalized him through mythologizing his character as one who is tortured and truthful. You can see here he's got the Saturn Jupiter conjunction, and it's in Taurus, and so there's this opposition with Venus, Mars, and Pallas. And again, Saturn is the father in the chart, and you could tell that he had a complex relationship with his father just based on his chart. Very complex relationship. Everything is amplified with the father, which is Saturn. So that's there. He's got his natal moon is in Aquarius, so he's very. I guess ultimately he adapts a detached attitude, and here we've got the Moon Saturn opposition, which we were just talking about that. We were talking about that at the beginning of the show, and that's in relationship with the upcoming full moon opposing Saturn. But the roles are reversed here: Moon in Leo, Saturn transiting Saturn. I'm sorry, Moon in Aquarius transiting Saturn through Leo. So this is really kind of because we know the time he died, right? Here we have Uranus, which is conjunct Algol in his chart, right? That's retrograde. And he chose not to get hanged. He chose to get shot instead, right there with Mars. Interesting, right? Very interesting. And his Uranus is in a shitty position in the chart. He's got a Uranus moon square, so his mother is batshit crazy, especially with Moon in Aquarius. She's batshit crazy. The Harry Houdini thing, though, you have to admit, is kind of entertaining in a strange sort of way. And the world we live in, it's not fucking impossible. It's not necessarily impossible, although it may not. That's a legend, right? That's a legend that his grandfather. Think about this now, that his grandfather was Harry Houdini. That's a legend. Strange, right? But we do have Saturn. We have the Saturn moon opposition as well, which we talked about. And here Saturn is the highest planet in the chart. So what's interesting about Saturn, especially being in Leo here, is that earlier in the year is probably closer and more conjunct to Pluto in his chart, which means that the judiciary, being Saturn, right, because Saturn rules judges, would have, the Supreme Court would have based their ruling, and he would have been the first person that would have been subjected to that ruling with the Saturn-Pluto conjunction. And then we have, and Saturn's the highest planet in the chart here. It's like the law is being administered. You've got the Mars square to his Mars, so, see ya, right? That's Saturn's literally snuffing out Mars. And, defiant till the end, right? Like we had this Saturn transit, this whole time. Today, on the day he dies, it's retrograde, which is kind of interesting. But when it was moving through Leo, and because Saturn's here at what degree? 14 degrees. So it was already in Leo in 1976. So he's already having this ongoing battle with authority, with Mars. He's already taking on these authorities with Mars, and especially with Saturn in the ninth house, because you would think of rabbis, you'd think of priests with Saturn there. That would be the perfect example of Saturn. So he's like, piss off, right? Fuck you. I think this is a very interesting chart. And you can just see, like, the guy fucking lived his life in institutions. Totally lived his life in institutions. He's got a very interesting trine with Pluto in his chart. And that kind of memorializes him, I think, especially with the Neptune conjunction. He's a memorable character. And then he takes on this weird mythos with Neptune here. Fascinating chart. Totally fascinating. And like I said, you can see all that institutionalization right there. Bang. And even the fact that he had a male name and a female name, Venus, Mars. And this, when he died, Ceres is on his ascendant in Scorpio. So it's shepherding him into the next fucking world. But this is an interesting chart. It's so interesting. Rosie wanted to come back on the show. You think it's interesting? Now remember, his father was called Catlick. That's what you're doing. So this has to do with his father. Catlick. Okay. That's how the year starts. All right. So if you're still here, thanks for being here. I'm going to go for a while longer because 1977 is a year worth diving into. Trust me, you won't be sorry you went down this rabbit hole with me. Because it's weird and it connects a lot of fucking dots. A lot of dots. Okay, so why don't we do this? Let's go back to the year 1977. Let's take another little look-see at the year. Because you're going for a ride. You're going on a journey here. Okay, so let's do some screen share. That's like right at the beginning of the year. Right at the beginning of the year, ritual sacrifice. Gary Gilmore. Okay, let's just go to a day later. Scientists identify a previously unknown bacterium as the cause of the mysterious Legionnaire's disease. You know what that is? That's Guillain-Barré. It is a form of atypical pneumonia caused by any species of Legionella bacteria. Quite often, Legionella pneumophilia signs and symptoms include cough, shortness of breath. So this is Legionnaire's disease. This is Guillain-Barré. Right? And this was, I think they were doing was it the smallpox vaccine in 1976? And then they had to stop it because they were getting Legionnaire's disease. They were getting Guillain-Barré. Since we've done that, let's figure out what causes it. Does that sound familiar to you? All right, so you're going to see a bunch of disasters happen this year. Australia's worst railway disaster at Granville, a suburb of Sydney, leaves 83 people dead. We've already seen this flight that kills 22 people, Flight 618. The Prime Minister of Yugoslavia, Zemel Bijedić, and his wife and 6 others are killed in a plane crash in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Another plane crash. Keep your eye on these. The very same day, actually the day later, Gerald Ford pardons Tokyo Rose. It's bizarre. I think that's a Filipino name, isn't it? The Aquino. Is that a Filipino name? Anyway, she gets pardoned. Weird. In Ejercito del Casa 207C, Azor, T-715 plane crashes into the side of a mountain near Chiva on approach to Valencia airport in Spain, killing all 11 people. So we have a 22 and we got an 11. And those are how many days apart?
Those are 4 days apart. Now, when you see all the plane crashes this year, you're going to wonder why anybody got on a fucking plane in 1977. So, January 20th, Jimmy Carter, one of the greatest losers of all time as president, is sworn in. And then the day later, he pardons all the Vietnam War draft evaders. Yeah. Does that mean he pardoned George Bush and Bruce Springsteen and Donald Trump and Ted Nugent? That's George Bush Jr. Indira Gandhi calls for fresh elections. You'll see this a lot. India's got political problems. Now, what's interesting is Spain is coming out of its Franco era. Like they're moving into the post-Franco era. And they're going to have elections. They're going to embrace democracy. We'll wait to see what happens to Spain. I guess Katamavik, for I guess for some of you Canadians watching, that might mean something to you. The Great Lakes blizzard of 1977 happens. We have the Pompidou Center, which is officially opened by this guy. Always had one of the most interesting names. When I was a kid growing up, I'd hear his name. I'm like, that's a fucking interesting name. Valéry Giscard d'Estaing. I thought that's a cool name. Wouldn't you like, man, Valéry Giscard d'Estaing. Sounds classy. Here we go. So India's got issues. The Congress Party of India, led by Indira Gandhi, splits with Jagjivan Ram and other senior leaders, forming Congress for Democracy. The party later merges with, you're going to see a lot of political turmoil in 77. See this shit. You'll see stuff with countries gaining their independence, getting new names. Japan has a blizzard. So if you wanted to make a case for like massive weather changes, too bad like the whole climate police weren't on board in 76 or 75, because they could have sold a lot of 77 climate bullshit. It was a bad year for the weather. So here we go. 11 CTA commuters are killed when an elevated train derails from the loop in central Chicago. Again, this is a theme you're going to see over and over and over in 1977. Transportation, massive deaths, and there's an astrological reason why for that, which I'll show you. Massive deaths. You're going to see a lot of terrorist activity and a lot of strange stuff with MK Ultra and innovation. Now, one could make a case, like Charlie Manson, that in these institutions, Gary Gilmore could have gone through programming. That's quite possible, because Charles Manson did. And Gilmore's got the same profile. And he was in some heavy places, including Marion. Like the prison in Marion, Illinois is one of the baddest places you can wind up. Soviet Union launches a Soyuz 24. They're going to dock with the space station. You get the shuttle program, which is weird because it starts off like, with like they're flying the shuttle around on top of these 747s. Like, it's kind of weird, right? The Enterprise. Okay, so Queen Elizabeth also shows up a lot this year because of this Jubilee. 1977 is a Jubilee year, so she's opening the Parliament in New Zealand, Australia, and Canada. She's basically like, hey, I'm here just to remind you that you're my fucking slaves. 1977, this is March 4th. We've got an earthquake in Romania. Kills 1,500 people. You'll see a lot of natural disasters in this year, 1,500 people. Australian Parliament by Queen Elizabeth II. Hitting the hammer. just to remind them, right? I own this fucking place. That's what she's doing. The Hanafi siege, approximately a dozen armed Hanafi movement members take over 3 buildings in Washington, D.C., killing 1 person, taking more than 130 hostages. The hostage situation ends 2 days later. So you'll see like a lot of this shit happened in the 70s. They have Move, right? Move, which happens in the 70s in Philadelphia. Some of the SLA shit in like there was weird like terror cells and basically these separatist movements going on in the U.S., most of which are probably part of the intelligence community anyway. March 10th, rings of Saturn are discovered. I'm sorry, Uranus. Pretty interesting, right? You got Pavarotti, United States lifts a ban on travel. Cambodia, Cuba, North Korea, Vietnam. Hey, let's go visit those commie countries. Let's do some business there. So now we got the Indian Parliament. The results are declared. Gandhi's party is routed by the opposition, the Janata Alliance. So apparently Gandhi withdraws the state of emergency, which was implemented June 25th, 75, because they couldn't get their shit together. Now there's a strange conservative trend that starts to happen here in 77. And Anita Bryant is in the mix in 1977. And Focus on the Family starts in 1977. Remember, we have Neptune in Sagittarius, which is probably the most religious and mystical transit of Neptune, I would say, in the 20th century. Right. So you're going to see some of these things happen. And so Neptune is at what, right here, like around, it's a sort of second decan Neptune. So it's in Aries. Second decan Sagittarius. So it's in Aries, which means it's active, right? It's active. People are becoming activists, as you'll see. Now we got one of the biggest airplane crashes ever. I remember this as a kid. The Teneriffe disaster, a collision between KLM and Pan Am Boeing 747s at Teneriffe in the Canary Islands. Kills 583 people, becomes the death. By the end of March, early April of 1977, do you want to get on a fucking plane? Like, I'm not sure. Here's something interesting. Horse racing, April 2nd. Apparently, there's this horse called Red Rum. And it wins a record 3rd Grand National at Aintree Race Course. So this horse, Red Rum, was this thoroughbred steeplechaser. He achieved an unmatched historic treble when he won the Grand National 73, 74, and 77. He also came in 2nd in the 2 intervening years, right? And the horse basically is named Murder. And Red Rum would become a famous line from the Stephen King novel, right? So there we go. 1977, we got Red Rum. Southern Airways flight, The Shining. Southern Airways flight 242 crashes on a highway in New Hope, Georgia, killing 72 people. That's interesting. Now, Jimmy Carter is from Georgia. He's from Plains, Georgia. He's a plain guy. Get it? Plains, Georgia. Plain guy. Bill Clinton is from Hope. He'll be the next Southern president that will be elected. And we have this plane crash in New Hope, Georgia, killing 72 people. Beginning of demonstrations in 10 cities across the United States. The longest being a 3.5-week sit-in. 3.5 days at the San Francisco Federal Building to persuade Jimmy Carter to implement the federal civil rights law for people with disabilities, Section 504 of the 1973 Rehabilitation Act, without reinstituting separate but equal doctrine. So all you people that have been banging on this thing to basically, tell the rest of the fucking world that you're being discriminated against, these were your founding fathers for that. All right, here we go. Now a lot of the terrorist stuff is going to kick in. Remember, Thomas Harris wrote the book Black Sunday in 1975. He's going to write the book Red Dragon, which is about Hannibal Lecter and the introduction of the psychopath as the new anti-hero. Gary Gilmore is sacrificed, virtually sacrificed in the Year of the Dragon. So we're starting to make some connections here, especially with Black Sunday. Okay, so here we go. General Federal Prosecutor Siegfried Buback and his driver are shot by 2 Red Army faction members while waiting on a red light near his home in Karlsruhe. The Ulrich Meinhof Commando later claims responsibility. Okay, this is important because during this time and all the way up until 1980, there was something happening in Europe called Operation Gladio, which is Operation Leave Behind. These are operations that are being run by the United States military in conjunction with the CIA, okay? These are big time military operations. And the idea, now I'm convinced that a lot of these terror groups are connected to Operation Gladio and had been for a while, with the idea that they wanted to disarm Western Europe and create this idea of the terror state. Now, everything culminates in the 1972 Olympics. No, it doesn't culminate. It culminates a little bit later when they catch Carlos the Jackal. In 72 Olympics, clearly with what happens in Munich is a big part of this. So this is a lot of this terror stuff is connected to Operation Gladio, with the idea that they're going to disarm the population of Western Europe, post-war Europe, right? And they wind up doing it. We have 2 expansion teams at play. Okay, so now Spain legalizes the Communist Party, which has been an outlier since 1939. Hey, guess what? We don't have that frisky old dictator around, Franco, and we're going to have elections. Hey, let's legalize the Communist Party. By the way, Antonio Gramsci, who's really the father of today's social theory in many ways, because he connects up with the Frankfurt School, wrote his most important work in Spain because he was being jailed as a communist in Spain, and somehow he got it out to his wife. So Gramsci's book, which really has a lot to do with critical theory in a big way, like the March on Cultural Institutions, cultural Marxism. Gramsci is considered really to be the father of cultural Marxism. He's a communist. Now guess what? Hey, we're gonna legalize that old Communist Party. Okay, so we got the Jubilee. So London's having a grand old time. Silver buses, and they're about to go into their worst fucking economic slump ever. Meanwhile, the Queen's partying. We have an annular solar eclipse, which is visible in Africa. Africa is going to go through some hell here, including the beating of Steve Biko in South Africa, which accelerates this whole thing with apartheid. So there's a big thing happening in Africa, and the eclipse plays a role here, in my estimation. Here we go. Optical fiber on 422, first used to carry live telephone traffic. This is important. 1977 lays the groundwork for everything that we're experiencing now. Remember, Uranus is in Scorpio. It's exalted, and it is innovate, innovate, innovate. In northern Bangladesh, we got another cyclone, kills 13 people. We got a federal court in Stuttgart that sentences Red Army faction members Andreas Bader, Gudrun Enslin, and Jan Karl Raspe to life imprisonment. Too bad they weren't sentenced in the United States. Remember, these terror groups are floating around Europe, right? Europe and the Middle East, with some connections to Libya, right? because Muammar Gaddafi was not real happy with his neighbors on the other side of the water there in Israel, right? So Gaddafi is definitely a player, and so is the other guy. What's his name? Yasser Arafat. So Arafat and Gaddafi. Arafat to me strikes me as kind of a double agent, although supposedly Arafat could trace his lineage to Muhammad, which is one of the reasons why he was fed-aid, right? Arafat strikes me as a double agent. Now, when Carter goes into the Camp David Accords, he will not be doing that with Arafat. He'll be doing that with Anwar Sadat, who supposedly represents the Muslim population in Egypt, and Egypt being kind of this long time, nemesis of Israel. Like Egypt and Israel had the 7-Day War, but he doesn't negotiate with Arafat, and he doesn't negotiate with Gaddafi. So it's like, why stop there? Okay. Cold War between Cambodia and Vietnam. So we got another war. Okay, this is important now. Now, I was at this show. I was here. Not at this show. I'm sorry. The biggest concert attendance ever. Led Zeppelin will play their final concert performance on this tour, which I'll see. Okay, so we have a massacre in Istanbul. Light aircraft carrier HMS Invincible. So that's like a thing, right? By Elizabeth II. You watch it, this boat, it's like this thing. It's almost like, ejaculating. It's like, into the ocean, right? It's supposed to be kind of what it's about. So smash a champagne, send it off. She's trying to create a big year. It's like, you guys had your year last year. It's our fucking year, okay? It's our Jubilee. I'm going all over the world. I'm banging the gavel. I'm reminding people of who I am and who you are. We're going to have a Jubilee. We're going to launch new buses and new ships, new destroyers, aircraft carrier. So take that, assholes. United States Conference of Catholic Bishops ruled that divorced Catholics, including those who remarried outside the church, are no longer automatically excommunicated and can still attend Mass if they remarry without obtaining a church annulment, but they cannot receive Holy Communion and confession. I bet that's changed. Now, this is weird. Suzanne Lacey has an extended piece about rape. 3 weeks in May. That's very bizarre. Very strange. Right? At that time, I think Chiron's in Taurus. And so was the South Node. Portugal and Israel established diplomatic relations. Whoopee. All right, we got another airplane crash. It's a cargo Boeing 707. Zambia kills all 6 people on board. Okay, so we've got the left now doing their shit in Milan, Italy, during a far left demonstration. The hooded person shoots the police, killing policeman Antonio Custra. The scene is photographed in the picture of the hooded man shooting in the middle of the streets, appears in many magazines around the world. Remember, I believe this to be Operation Gladio, and a lot of these things that are happening here are being fueled by a resurgence in communism, theoretically, but this is also a leave behind operation that ultimately is there to disarm Europeans. Keep that in mind. Let's see. We got a 20-passenger S-61L topples sideways from takeoff. This is a helicopter. Now, this really is some. This is some Algol shit right here. Okay, and I believe the true node is probably. I bet you Chiron is right around the degree of Algol. They might both be around Algol because that's where they were, right? Check this out. A 20-passenger S-61, that's a helicopter, topples sideways at takeoff from the roof of the Pan Am building in Midtown Manhattan. Now, I think that's the building that Clint Eastwood lands in the film Coogan's Bluff. Pretty sure that's the building because you see him fly in on a helicopter. Starts off on a Jeep in the Arizona desert capturing, what's his name? No, it wasn't Don Stroud. It was somebody else. He goes to New York to capture Don Stroud. But it's this interesting film because Eastwood plays like this, this cowboy character. He's a sheriff in Arizona. And then he takes a helicopter. I don't know why the fuck he takes a helicopter flight. Maybe he takes a plane, but you don't see him get on a plane. You just see the helicopter. I think it lands on this building. And then he gets off the building and he goes through New York to capture somebody who fled on bail, played by Don Stroud. So that's like a precursor to his Dirty Harry phase. Now, this is past Dirty Harry. Dirty Harry comes out in 1972. But it's an interesting transition, right? He goes from cowboy to urban crime fighter. By the way, same guy that would direct Dirty Harry directed that film. But check this out. 4 passengers are killed by the turning rotors. And a woman at street level is fatally struck by a fallen blade. That is some fucking alcohol shit right there. Do you want to fly in 1977? It's a good thing they didn't have the internet because airplane stocks way down. Oh, guess what? Now she goes to Glasgow for her Jubilee. Now here's Chuck E. Cheese. Pizza Time Theater opens in San Jose, California. I was there at Chuck E. Cheese. Not at the opening, by the way, but not long after the opening. Might have been 78, but I was there. And I was actually very high on a little piece of paper. And it was one of the most disturbing places I'd ever been. And my friends were loving it. One was also theoretically in the same state I was. The other was just stoned. And I couldn't stand it. It was a nightmare for me. I'm like, fuck, the world is so fucking fake. It was my nightmare of the future. It was Chuck E. Cheese. My trip got real bad. Hours before that, I was climbing up the side of a mountain during the night. And it was spectacular. How did I wind up in animatronic hell? All right, so now they got insulin via gene splicing. Oh, hello. Hello, biotech, 1977. Moluccan terrorists, which I believe are connected to Holland or Dutch, right? Or take over a school in Bovensmeelt, northern Netherlands, 105 hostages, and a passenger train on the Bovensmeelt Ascend route, nearby 90 hostages. At the same time, June 11th, Dutch Royal Marines stormed the train, and 6 terrorists and 2 hostages were killed. You're going to see this again, 1977, all the fucking time. Trains and terrorism. Okay, this is interesting, right? May 25th, George Lucas's Star Wars opens in cinemas and becomes the highest grossing film of its time. Okay, guess what happens? Guess what happens in the summer of 2019 on May 25th? George Floyd theoretically meets his demise at the hands of Derek Chauvin. That's on Star Wars Day. Now, the weird thing, right, is that George Lucas, we all know it. We can fuck around with Lucas and come up with Lucis, like Lucifer. That's easy. George Lucas was one of the camera people on the film crew for Gimme Shelter, which we talked about a little bit on Friday's show. He's there. He's videotaping the whole thing for the Males brothers, who were this brother team that did documentaries. Not many, few, but he was on that film crew. Here we go. We have Star Wars happening on May 25th. Fast forward 2019. George Floyd. George Floyd happens. Yeah. Interesting day, huh? Now, this guy climbs the World Trade Center, South Tower, Gemini event, Twin Towers. Oh, now Elizabeth II, she's moving into Edinburgh and she's going to open a new air terminal. Man, she's taking every opportunity to remind the world that, hey, look, we have this thing over here in England, okay? You know, we're fucking cool. All that shit last through the United States, forget about it. This is the cool thing. We have another plane crash, 1977, Aeroflot, Ilyushin, 62, right? Crashes in Cuba, kills 69 people. So in 1977, Jupiter was in Gemini and Neptune was in Sagittarius. Like, that's a bad fucking travel aspect. Bad travel. Because Sagittarius is all about big travel, right? Usually with Sagittarius, you're taking airplanes because you're, generally speaking, you're not like really like third house Gemini, 400 miles. It's about a 400-mile distance. Anytime you go out 400 miles out, you're in the Sagittarius territory, believe it or not, right? So Gemini is like the world around. I've heard it's actually 150 miles. But I'm going to extend it to 400 because it's my show. But that's what's going on during 1977. You've got Jupiter-Neptune opposition, Jupiter and Gemini, and that's in its detriment, right? Right? It's no, it's I think it's in its detriment. And anyway, I'll look it up. Hold on a second. Give me 1 second. Could be in its fall. I used to know these things by heart. It's okay to have to brush up on these things. Yes, it's in its detriment. In its detriment. So, yes. So that means that Uranus and Taurus is in its fall because it's exalted in Scorpio. So we're in the fall now with Uranus and Taurus. So Jupiter and Gemini, that means travel, right? Gemini's like moving around. Jupiter's going to expand it. It's not in its own sign. So it's in its detriment, which is interesting because Neptune in Sagittarius is actually exalted. So you have detriment and exaltation happening simultaneously, which is weird, right? It's really weird. But that's what you're going to get, I think, with the Jupiter in Gemini opposition with Neptune for most of the year. You're going to get weird and bizarre travel shit. I don't know why this one sounds interesting, but I didn't really pursue it. But the Beverly Hills Supper Club, which happens to be in Southgate, Kentucky, which is kind of bizarre, in a Gemini day, is engulfed in fire. 165 are killed. It's a bad year. Really, really, really bad. You got a bloodless coup in the Seychelles. Thank God, no blood was spilled there. You get your June 6th and 9th Jubilee celebrations in the United Kingdom to celebrate the 25-year reign of Elizabeth II. June 7th, Anita Bryant, who I think, is she a Sagittarius? Let me just see here. See if she's a Sagittarius. She is an Aries. So Anita Bryant's an Aries, and she decides to go on, oh, that's interesting, a crusade, right? Aries, activism. She's going to become active. She's born March 25th. That's Aries. So she decides that she's going to go after gay culture, right? Boom. After campaigning by Anita Bryant and her Save Our Children crusade, votes in Miami-Dade, Florida, United States, vote to repeal the county's gay rights ordinance. So like, hey, you fucking gays, like, sorry, you're not going to have rights here anymore. So this is kind of an interesting development, especially with Neptune and Sagittarius. You're dealing with Saturn and Leo, right? Saturn's in Leo, and she's using this platform for kids, which, by the way, looking back on it, probably wasn't a bad thing. Probably was not a bad thing. A lot of people made fun of Anita Bryant. She pitched orange juice, and she was clearly looking after the interests of children. Probably not a bad thing. Since we've seen where things have gone since then, it might be time to actually revisit Anita Bryant. Think about that. Okay, so here we go. Let me do another screen share because I'm going to bring you back into 77. This is where the innovation stuff takes place. First Apple II series computer goes on sale. I tried to find commercials for the Apple II. They're very hard to find. You'll find local commercials from like electronic stores that are goofy as shit. Like Apple didn't really have the marketing machine behind the Apple IIc. They let local people run these. Like a lot of their campaigns were through I think, local electronic stores and ads in magazines and newspapers and interviews with Steve Jobs. There's no real big commercial for the Apple II, although it's a groundbreaking computer, right? 1977, and it happens during the time of Gemini. Makes sense, right? Jupiter's in Gemini, so it's probably like a Jupiter-Sun conjunction. James Earl Ray got out of the 12th house for a while. He escaped from the Brushy Mountain State Prison in Petros, Tennessee. He wasn't out for that long, 3 days. I hope it was memorable. Now, Spain has its first democratic elections on June 15th after 41 years. Like, okay, we're going to be democracy. Okay, we're going to legalize the Communist Party. How do you think it turns out for Spain? Oracle is incorporated. You see a pattern here. Got the first fiber optic wire. The Apple II hits the market, and Oracle is incorporated with Larry Ellison, Bob Miner, and Ed Oates. That's, again, Gemini. You're dealing with information, systems, information technology. Oracle gets known for databases. That's pretty Gemini. I got to say, databases are Gemini. They're not like the internet and cool shit, right? It's compiling names and all this other stuff, right? That's databases. Making relational relationships inside the databases. Out of that comes tags. Out of that comes metadata. It's all here. Let's see. Now, this is weird, okay? This is very weird. It is right here, kind of at the end of Gemini. Again, when you think of Gemini, you think of the prankster, you think of Hermes, the trickster. There's this strange thing that's released by Anglia Television, which is the fake documentary Alternative 3, which enters into the conspiracy theory canon. Now, I have some of Alternative 3 queued up here. It's kind of interesting, and I'll tell you why. So a long time ago, my friend Leah, whose birthday it is tomorrow, happy birthday, Leah. Maybe you're watching. She played this video for me. Now, I had no idea what it was about. I didn't know anything about the backstory of Alternative 3. If you didn't know about it and you saw this video, you'd scratch your head and go, what the fuck is going on here? It's like secret space program, brain drain, and maybe some release footage of a Mars landing. Okay. So it's kind of like War of the Worlds, kind of like an updated version in some ways of War of the Worlds. But it's got this strange kind of it's not a mockumentary at all. I mean, they're taking it very seriously. And it creates a tone and a tenor and a tension that gets your attention. Now, there's an American actor in here who plays one of these astronauts that doesn't want to be interviewed. His name is Shane. I always forget his last name, but he shows up in a lot of movies. He's like this character actor. And a lot of the movies and shows that he was connected to were
with Jerry and BB Anderson, who I think are kind of behind Alternative 3. Anyway, I'm going to play you a little bit of Alternative 3 because, again, it's bizarre, interesting, and it taps into the strange kind of undercurrents of conspiracy that are going to start to run through 1977. We've already seen something with Gary Gilmore, which is this ritualistic execution for the year. First execution in 10 years, by the way, mythologizing him. And it's the birth of the psychopath as a hero. Okay, so keep all that in mind. So I hope I don't get a strike for this, but this shit's all over YouTube. Okay, it's all over YouTube. So I'm going to play you some Alternative 3. Okay, that's I think it's on Chrome. Right. Okay, so let me play you some of this. Like this. If you haven't seen it, I'm just going to tell you, it's worth seeing from an entertainment value purpose. So I'm just going to skip around a little bit. And remember, this comes out in 77, and it looks really fucking real.
Just that Robert, my brother, had got this grant to do some kind of work out there. That's the last we heard. It's not knowing that's the worst.
11/9.
If I were to say I'd noticed anything unusual, it would really only be with hindsight. There was nothing strange about her behavior. She simply disappeared.
It makes no sense. I mean, how can people just vanish off the face of the earth in this day and age? We've a right to know what's going on.
March 22nd.
Those people you've just seen have all lost someone close to them. A relative, a colleague, a friend. Lost in mysterious circumstances, sudden and inexplicable disappearance without trace. If you're wondering what this sort of story, important and even tragic though it may be.
All right, so to me, this is some hidden in plain sight shit. Like they are telling you either what's going on or what's about to happen, because there are a number of people who have gone missing. I'm going to tell you a story. This is an absolute true story. My friend, Charles Osman, and Charles used to work for DARPA. He used to do side work for DARPA. I'm sure he got paid well for it. But Charles, he told me he's done work for DARPA. He lived right down the hill from DARPA. Okay. He was at a conference, and I like Charles, by the way. I don't think he's a bad guy. Actually, I like him. Anyway, Charles told me he was at a conference one time in Brazil. And he was there with a guy that another guy who was attending. These guys are researchers. They're into AI, they're into synthetic sentience, they're into self-recognition systems. That was Charles's world. That's what his field of research and expertise was in. So these guys are like the creme de la creme of that world. And I guess they were staying at this hotel, and they were going to this conference center, and they were out waiting for a bus, standing next to each other. And there's a lot of overgrowth in Brazil. And Charles is standing next to this guy. And Charles is kind of spacey. He had a little bit of a Mr. Magoo in him. And next thing you know, he turns and the guy is gone. And he never sees him again. Never. So this shit is real. The brain drain stuff is real. They'll tell you sometimes that XYZ immunologist died. Sometimes it's true. Sometimes it's not true. Sometimes just a cover story, and they'll take them away. Right. So they're telling you, like, this is not so plain sight. I mean, it isn't plain sight. They're telling you what's happening. Here, I'll play a little more.
Maybe has to do with science report. Well, we have to go back in time some 18 months when we began work on another film which examined the scientific brain drain from Britain. That film was never completed because our inquiries led us into some strange and unexpected byways. And they, in their turn, led uniformly to a blank wall below where I'm standing now at the car park of Terminal 3 of London's Heathrow Airport. We begin this special report with part of that uncompleted film from our reporter, Colin Benson.
Dr. Anne Clark, who works in this building, is one of Britain's younger generation of research scientists. Her speciality is solar energy. Like many others in her position, Anne Clark is contemplating joining the brain drain and leaving the country.
Well, it's entirely a question of facilities. I mean, look at the mess I'm supposed to work out of. Look at this building. If I and people like me are going to do the job we've been trained to do and are capable of doing, then we must be given the means of doing it.
It's looking far better today.
Thank you.
Shortly after this film was taken, Anne Clark made a decision. It was not, however, a decision she felt able to talk about.
Anne, they won't let us into the building. They say they've had orders not to.
Yes, I know, I'm sorry.
Well, can you tell us exactly what's going on?
No, I'm sorry, I can't go on with the film. I'm going away.
What exactly is happening?
I can't say anything.
That is the last piece of film we have of Dr. Anne Clark. What was going on brought Anne Clark here to the car park of number 3 terminal, Heathrow Airport. She told friends she was going to New York.
Another plane in 1977.
British Airways to New York, flight 501. Passengers should go through passport
And yet there's
I think
no
that guy's
record of
cooked.
Anne Clark leaving this airport on that or any other day. The only evidence she was here at all is her abandoned car. Beyond that, nothing.
Okay, imagine yourself, you're in England and you start seeing this shit. Like, this is really wicked good fake documentary that's probably actually telling you a real story. So this keeps going, right? And then you'll hear some more first-hand accounts.
The accident.
These photographs of the crash were taken by an agency cameraman. Despite considerable news coverage, only one photo was made available to the national press and television. Our own independent experts examined those photographs and the site of the accident itself, where I'm standing now. They drew no firm conclusions, except to say that the cause of the accident remained, to them at least, peculiarly unclear.
But what of the videotape, which Ballantyne had been so anxious to get safely to his friend John Hendry?
Seeing some more Uranus
Apparently
and
nothing.
Scorpio.
No picture, just the ceaseless noise of space. No different from countless other tapes in the archives of...
Okay, I'm going to move this ahead a little bit. We're going to get to one of my favorite character actors. Sheen, what's his name? Okay, he plays an astronaut who can't handle what's going on in his life, so he's got secrets, so he drinks.
Bravo Tango, Jezebel. A form of code, but meaning what? Certainly nothing to the 600 million people listening on Earth below. From Boston, Massachusetts, we arranged for ex-astronaut Bob Grodin to talk to us. The interview was filmed to be edited later.
So he's an American actor.
Can you hear me all right? Can you hear me in Boston?
Yeah, go ahead.
Grodin showed no reluctance to discuss the breakdown he'd suffered after his return from space. But nothing remarkable seemed likely to come from the interview until I asked this question. It's been suggested, among others by some very responsible people, that you, all of you on the Apollo program, saw far more out there than you've been allowed to admit publicly. Would you like to comment on that suggestion?
What the hell are you trying to do to me? Can I ask you, what the hell are you trying to do to me?
Well, I was only trying
You trying to screw me? Is that what you're trying to do? You trying to screw me? Like that dumb bastard Valentine? Is that what you're trying to do? Well, why me? I went up there to do a job, man. That's all I went up there to do. I don't have to answer questions.
Oh, hell. What's the matter with this thing now?
It's not this end. Somebody's pulled a switch.
Okay, so this thing continues to evolve, and eventually they get to this place where, I mean, they're talking about a secret space program, brain drain. I mean, I'm sure Corey Good and David Wilcox spent a lot of time with this one. But they get this piece of videotape. Supposedly, it's from Mars. Okay, and this is the thing that kind of gets you a little bit, because they put this thing up there and they've built it to this kind of crescendo here, and they figured out how to deal with this tape. All right, watch this.
Before his death, had sent to his friend John Hendry. This time, we obtained an acceptable picture, which you are now about to see as we saw it.
We're getting a good picture here and can make a fair amount of detail. How is it with you? Fine here, Houston, Roger. Stand by to scan. Can you remind me your town? Camera for scanning. Forgive me, but I see what you said. Okay, and mode 1 scanning. Stand by and move on. Standing by. Roger, standing by. Hey, isn't that an old riverbed? Can you verify that, your town? Roger, Houston, we saw that. Stand by for readings, Houston. Standing by, your town.
Okay, so that's supposedly the Martian landscape, and it's really probably just North Umbria. But that comes out in 1977 as well. And again, you've got this Jupiter-Neptune opposition with Jupiter and Gemini and Neptune and Sagittarius. And who knows, right? I mean, I feel like they're doing a little show and tell there. And the reason why is we're going to stumble on it in just a minute here as we continue to go through 1977. And real quick. Right here. All right. So we have alternative 3. What else do we have? We've got this guy was struck by lightning for the 7th time. Like, it's this weird just kept getting weirder and weirder. Presley's got his last concert, Market Square Arena in Indianapolis. You got a bunch of protesters for Nita Bryant. You've got somebody named the Yorkshire Ripper, who's on the loose in Leeds. Djibouti becomes its own country. The women Marines are disbanded and integrated into the regular Marines. Jimmy Carter ends the B-1 bomber. Let's see what else we have here. You got Wimbledon. You got an English woman, Virginia Wade, winning Wimbledon in the Jubilee year. Of course, she's the last English woman to ever win Wimbledon, by the way. We've got, what else? Pinochet dictatorship organizes the youth event Acto de Chacarrillas, which is reminiscent of Francoist Spain. There's no more Francoist Spain, so they need another version of Francoist Spain somewhere. We got a war cooking up between Somalia and Ethiopia, which will continue to go on essentially through the 90s, off and on, spurring other wars in the region, if not with each other, but internally. That's all happening. Oh, and now here we go. The blackout of 1977 lasts for 25 hours, resulting in looting and other disorder. We're going to look at the chart for that. This is a big fucking pivotal moment in history. It's the blackout of, and it took me a while to get here because we get to July, but this blackout, significant, really significant. And I've talked about this before. It's the beginning of hip hop culture, because what happens is that there's all this looting that's going on during the blackout. So they're looting hi-fi stores, they're looting pawn shops, and they're getting sound systems. So here you have two things that are taking place, right? So also 77 is the last year of the Supremes. Their last concert is 1977. So they kind of represent the end of Motown to a large extent because they're synonymous with Motown. Led Zeppelin, as you'll see, will have their last concert. And Elvis Presley has his last concert. And that gives the birth to these new genres that are coming. So why don't we take a look at the blackout chart? It's really an interesting chart because I did map it out here. If you're still here, thanks for being here, because we are going into a little bit of a marathon tonight. Okay, so we're going to look at the blackout. Get me off the streets. All right, this is when it starts. Right here. Give me some protection. It's David Bowie, by the way. It's off the Heroes album. So it officially starts at 8:37 p.m. This is mild, okay? This is just getting started. The real action happens much later, like deep into the night. So we're going to look at another chart from that period of time. Essentially, 1 o'clock, I think 1:30 in the morning. I'm going to show you where this whole thing goes. Okay, so keep your eye on Mars. So we've got Mars here. Guess what? It's conjunct Algol. The demon star, right? Mars at 27. The lights are off. The power is off. And people are losing their minds. Right? Because this is what we're talking about here, right? This is the head. This is where your mind is. This is the throat. This is what Algol represents. And then here is the body. And Algol represents a disconnection from the head and the body. And it's at Mars 27. Fixed degree, right? 27 is crazy. It's one of those crazy degrees. By the way, Pluto's at that crazy degree too, 27. 27 and 28, the energy is all over the place. So here we have Mars at 27 Taurus, crazy degree, conjunct Algol, Chiron's there. So I was trying to figure out like what's going on with the power. How do we deal, what is the connection to the whole power thing? And again, I'm thinking it's probably Uranus, like Uranus in Scorpio. Uranus represents electricity. Certainly we can see the innovative part, right? But here it's retrograde. Oh, hello. With all this cool Uranus and Scorpio stuff happening before, fiber optic, oracles formed, Apple II. Oh, Uranus is going retrograde now. Interesting. Looks like it's got an in conjunct with Venus in Gemini. That will be sorted out, I think, as the night goes on, because you have mobs of people scurrying about, breaking into stores, and some burning too. Like there was looting and burning. But it was sort of a precursor of the whole George Floyd thing in a lot of ways. But it had nothing to do with social justice. It was just like the lights are out and let's get shit. Maybe some agent provocateurs. We have a Uranus-Mercury square. Again, that might have something to do with the power, especially with Uranus retrograde. Clearly, there's a Uranus-Saturn square, so you're dealing with authority issues. Like that's happening. The authorities might be handcuffed. Was Saturn and Leo. Was Dinkins the mayor then? He might have been the mayor. Not sure who the mayor of New York was, but if it was Dinkins, he's probably not going to do jack shit. So I think Uranus is definitely related to the whole power thing. Excuse me. You can see here, you can see Jupiter and Gemini. And where are we? We're
in July. So I believe it's going to go retrograde and go backwards. And it is in a wide opposition with Neptune. So, you know, you're dealing with a lot of heavy duty trickster prankster energy with Jupiter and Gemini throughout the, like that video, that's total Jupiter and Gemini shit. Total Jupiter and Gemini. But I also think they're doing something. They're actually telling you like what the fuck is going on. But they're making this weird documentary. Anyway, that's been there, done that. All right. So what we want to do is we want to move ahead and we want to look at the blackout at another time. Okay. So we're going to move it ahead to 1 a.m. And I think this is really where the shit gets crazy. Because now we're into the, you know, these different hours. Okay. So we're 4 hours deep. It's past midnight, 1 a.m. Power's still not on. It is the byproduct of this 2-week heat wave. Now, maybe it had to do with all these air conditioners and all this shit that's pulling the grid, possibly. Maybe they diverted power for something else, possibly. Maybe it was part of a social experiment. And they wanted to see what would happen if you turned the power off in New York for 24 hours during the hottest heat wave in recent memory. It could be a combination of all three of those things. But I'll tell you what does happen is eventually Mars moves into the first house. And this is right around, I think, when everything is ramping up. It's after midnight. People know what's going on. There's no phones. Oh, I think phones are on a different grid, right? Like you could have a phone call between people and it would not be on the power grid, unlike now where if you had a VoIP phone or a cell phone, like you could be fucked, right? But not then. So people are communicating, people are talking, and the word is passing through the streets like it is basically a blue light special, and the blue light special is everything that you can get your hands on is fucking free. So we see Mars here at 1 a.m. moving into the first house. Chiron is here, also in Taurus. And remember now, hip hop represents like the voice, right? It's the voice. And out of this, you will see people emerge with audio equipment, and it's the birth of hip hop. This is it right here. This is, you could point to July 14th at about 1 a.m. in the morning, moon in Gemini, Jupiter in Gemini, black moon, little Gemini, part of fortune in Gemini, Venus in Gemini. It's happening. This is it. This is the black Lilith, dark moon of conception of the genre. And people can point to, well, what about these people and Gil Scott Heron the last one? Yeah, that's fine. But they don't have the goods to start coming up with the Sugar Hill Gang and DJ Herc and all the other shit that comes out of this. This is where it happens right here. This is a culture changing moment. And today we're venerating Dre, Snoop Dogg, Eminem, and Mary J. Blige. And it all comes from this point in time. And there were businesses that never recovered. Never. They didn't recover from that. They were wiped out. Sad stories. Very, very sad. People that were devoted to neighborhoods. Just very sad stories. Changes New York. It makes New York more cynical, more fearful in a lot of ways too, right? This is a bad moment right here. Very bad moment. And as the night progresses, right, this is at 1 a.m. So by the time we get to 2 a.m., Mars is on the ascendant. Then guess what? Then we got Mars going through the 12th house. Like that period from 1 a.m. till about 3 a.m. in the morning, I'll bet you it was a fucking hell zone in New York City. I'm telling you that right now. South Node is in Aries. Right now it's in the 12th house.
Eventually, Mars will go up through the 11th house, 10th house, right? It's a 24-hour period. So, this is kind of big shit. This is big shit. And right here we have Uranus opposing the ascendant. 1 o'clock in the morning, right? Uranus is going to travel around the chart. This is significant. This is really, really significant. This is a significant chart. Now, there's other things that come out. Like there are some stories where, people kind of bonded together and, maybe you get some of that Mars sun sextile action, but that's not really what happens, man. That's not what happens. And Mars plays a huge role there. Look at that right there, conjunct Algol. And look, there's the true node. Transiting true node is conjunct Algol pretty much right as we speak about the blackout and the fallout of the blackout. It's a big deal. And it's part of a major summer in New York City that they call the Summer of Sam, which really started in 1976 with David Berkowitz and the Son of Sam. But he's going to play a role here. So why don't I fast forward? It's getting kind of late. I've been streaming for almost 4 hours now. It's a long one. And for those of you who have stood by and hung in here, thank you for doing that. I'm just trying to show you that this year is like fucking crazy. 77 is crazy and it's a pivotal year. Okay, so I'm just going to try to fast forward a little bit so you can see all the other shit that goes down. And I am going to talk about the Son of Sam. Okay, so we have the Libyan-Egyptian war sparked by Libyan raid. That's happening. You got an anti-drug campaigner. He's murdered. That's the blackout. Big story. We just saw the chart. Deng Xiaoping, he's restored, put back into power. This is the last concert of Led Zeppelin. July 24th. I'm there. I watched it. They were late. Opening act was the first band that played was Judas Priest. I saw Judas Priest open for Led Zeppelin at this concert. I was not really into them that much. The lead singer, I thought the lead singer was gay. Symbolically. No, I didn't know what to think of them. They were okay. I really did think, though, that Rob Halford, there was something off about Rob Halford. It's 1977. Rick Derringer and then Santana played. And then it was a long fucking wait for Led Zeppelin because they were going through all this shit. Like Bonham and Peter Grant got into a fight with Bill Graham's security guards. Robert Plant finds out his wife's gotten into an accident. I think his son is about to die because of the accident. This is their last concert ever. So you're seeing like these things wrapping up. Supremes, their last concert is 77. Led Zeppelin. So you have hard rock, done. The Supremes, Motown, done. You have the blackout, which leads to the birth of hip hop. Let's fast forward a little bit. And Elvis Presley dies on August 16th. I know where I was. I was on the way to go see Cheap Trick and Kiss at the Cow Palace on that day. And then guess what happens? We have Nevermind the Sex Pistols, which is released during that time. Like Billy Joel comes out with a record. I don't like Billy Joel. Where's Nevermind the Sex Pistols? Right there. October 27th. Never mind the bollocks. Here come the Sex Pistols. All right, so that's released on October 27th. You have the death of Elvis, which means the death of rock and roll, right? Death of the king. You have Led Zeppelin's last concert, probably like the end of Stadium Rock. And Led Zeppelin, they gave birth to Stadium Rock. The end of the Supremes, the beginning of hip hop, and the beginning of punk rock. It's all here in 1977. Boom, right? You've got more fucking German Operation Gladio Red Army faction bullshit. You got another, 9 troopers stormed the hijacked Lufthansa plane in Mogadishu, Somalia. So you got a plane thing, you got a hijacker thing, and a terror thing. You've got more Palestinians hijacking a flight. I guess it's the same flight. right? That's going on. So you've got this weird collision between like the hijack world, the terror world, and the plane world. They're all happening simultaneously. Pele plays his final professional football game. I saw Pele play for against the San Jose Earthquakes. Food stamp program begins. Oh, that's great. So we have entitlements coming on. Thank you very much, Jimmy fucking Carter. Let's see. There's something else that happens big here. Okay, this is an interesting. We're going to get to this right here. Atari releases its first video game, computer system, Pong. Right. Here's Steve Biko. He dies. Remember the eclipse over Africa. It becomes one of these things that propels the anti-apartheid movement. Probably in some kind of response to Anita Bryant, soap happens, and Billy Crystal it launches his career, but he's also gay, right? He's the first, gay character on a television network, more than likely in reaction to Anita Bryant. Like they needed something to combat what's going on with gay culture and quote unquote homosexual and gay rights, right? Don't think that these things are not interconnected. We've got some more kidnappers here. German Autumn, the Employers Association president, Hans Martin Schleyer, is kidnapped in Cologne, West Germany. The kidnappers kill 3 escorting police officers and his chauffeur. They demand the release of all this shit is happening, right? The Commodore PET computer, first Commodore computer sold. You've got the Golden Dragon Massacre in San Francisco. I think that was at a club, right? The Golden Dragon was a club. Now this is weird, okay? This is really fucking weird. So you have this guy, actor, dancer, Danny Locken. He's murdered by a man he met at the Garden Grove, California, in Garden Grove, like in a bar just hours after taping a winning skit on The Gong Show. Now that's just fucking weird, right? Because Chuck Barris wrote this book called A Dangerous Mind, which talks about him as being a mind-controlled hitman for the CIA. Now, remember, 77 is when MK Ultra begins to get talked about. So a lot of weird shit happens in 77. You've got this weird thing that's strangely connected with The Gong Show. We know Chuck Barris wrote that book. There's that movie, A Dangerous Mind, right? So we're talking now openly about MK Ultra. Senate hearings begin on MK Ultra. Okay, you've got more left-wing German terrorists, Susan Albrecht, Brigitte Monhop, Christian Clark, assassinated Jürgen Ponto, chairman of the Dresdner Bank in Oberrussel, West Germany. That's big. You got all this shit going on in Europe with these terrorists. I'm telling you, this is Operation Gladio. It's a leave-behind operation. It's all about disarming Western Europe. Bizarre. So you've got all these plane crashes, all this terror shit. And remember, Thomas Harris wrote the book Black Sunday in 1975, 2 years before this whole thing happens. It's almost like it's the script for 1977. August 3rd, the same day that they start the MK Ultra hearings, the Tandy Corporation releases the TRS Model 1 computer. It is probably the most successful fucking computer of its time. It's more successful than the Apple II. It's on the same day, right? Same day as this. Same day as this. Same day as this being the MK Ultra hearings. You got a volcano erupting in Japan. The military-controlled government of Uruguay announced that it will turn the nation to civilian rule. Now, somewhere in here, Spain elects a communist government. like it's got to be, let's see, where are we? East Africa. So it's got to be like later in the year. Spain elects a communist government. You could see this evolution of what happens with Spain. It's fucking easy. Where is it? There's Chiron, discovered in 1977. Harvey Milk is elected. He'll play a role, obviously, later with Dan White. You got another plane crash. TAP, Portugal Flight 425. There's a plane crash every 2 or 3 weeks in 1977. Archie Shapp records the first digital album. Oh, and look at this. The TCP/IP test succeeds, connecting 3 ARPANET nodes of 111 in what eventually becomes the Internet Protocol. It's right there on 11/22. This is the first connection of what would be the Internet. 11/22, the same day, right? It's the anniversary of JFK. 11/22/63. So this is what 63, 14 years later. Sadat, 3 days before that, meets with Begin, talking peace settlement, right? Okay, so Chiron is founded. We're going to look at that. We're going to look at Chiron's chart. We got the Sex Pistols coming on the scene. The end of Led Zeppelin, the end of Elvis, the beginning of punk. Everything changes. We got a smallpox case discovered in Somalia. Considered the date. All right, so they believe that they've eradicated smallpox. It's the last smallpox case in Somalia. Like, hey, it's over. Oh, is it really? Oh, okay. So you have Leonard Skinner. They die in a fucking plane crash, right? The band, so they're resurrected. So now you've got the end of Southern rock, pretty much. You've got the end of classic rock. You got another plane crash. 77 is fucking nuts. You've got more Red Army faction shit. That's going all over Germany during this time. You've got a serial killer, right, in Edinburgh. Disappear. Eventually, this guy Angus Sinclair is convicted. This is crazy shit. This is just the craziest fucking year. Steely Dan, they release Asia. Where is the Spanish government? They elect a completely communist government. Totally communist government. It's crazy. It's like they clear the way. We're going to go into a democratic process. We're going to make sure that communism is legal, and then they elect a fully communist government. All in the space of a year. And it's this year. I just can't find it right now. Okay. So there's more, but I'm going to focus on just 2 more stories before we check out of here. And these are the stories. Now, remember, I told you to keep the Mormon thing, right? Keep the Mormon thing. Just put a bookmark there, because this Mormon thing also connects into MK Ultra and Gary Gilmore. It's completely fucking bizarre, but I'm going to show you one of the strangest stories and how it's again, strangely connected. All right. Let me find this thing on the Mormon. What is it? It's in August, right? So here we go. Okay, Berkowitz. We're going to look at Berkowitz and the Summer of Sam. By the way, he has a background that's just like Gary Gilmore's. Just like him. Let's see. I just got to find this damn thing. This crazy woman. Where is she? You got Uruguay. Hulk Hogan makes his debut. Berkowitz, NASA. I got Kapler escapes military hospital. I guess he's another one of these European terrorists. Supertanker, icebreaker. You got the Concorde flying to New York. Groucho Marx dies, 86. You got the Danny Locken thing, which is weird. Oral Roberts, the City of God Hospital. It's like the Crystal Castle, whatever it's called, where the fuck it is. Voyager 1, Interpol issues a resolution against copyright infringements, videotapes. You can still see that on videos. You have soap. Okay, the Manacled Mormon. Okay, here we go. This is bizarre. And this is where all these weird things get tied together. This is one of the most bizarre things. But it's, again, between this and David Berkowitz, you'll see these strange connections with Gary Gilmore. Remember, Gilmore comes out of Mormon country. So the Manacled Mormon case, known as the Mormon Sex and Chains case, was a case of reputed sexual assault and kidnap by an American woman, Joyce McKinney, of a young American Mormon missionary, Kirk Anderson, in England. Okay, so now we're going to bring in England, the Silver Jubilee, the Sex Pistols, God Save the Queen, and this high strange. Because McKinney and her accomplice skipped bail and fled the United States before the case could be tried. They were not extradited. They were never tried for these specific crimes. According to Anderson, he'd been abducted by McKinney from the steps of a church meeting house, chained to a bed, and raped by her. Like, how does a woman rape a dude? Well, she rapes a dude because the dude obviously is able to either achieve, get a hard on, or she's doing something unspeakable to another part of his anatomy. Now, I think it's the former versus the latter, and I'll show you why. This is such a weird, this is a story that's weird and gets even weirder. Now, Joyce McKinney, to me, represents classic MK Ultra programming. She's Miss Idaho, just like, what was her name? Sarah Palin wasn't she like Miss Montana or Miss South Dakota or something like that? She was Sarah Palin's MK Ultra. Let's just right now put that on the table. And she goes through the whole beauty pageant thing, which I think has a lot of mind control involved with it, period, end of story. And this woman is part of that world, right? So let's keep reading this. A young Mormon missionary, Kirk Anderson, was missing on 14 September 1977 in Ewell, Surrey. He was allegedly abducted from the steps of a meeting house, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. More programming, by the way. By Keith May, 24, who posed as an investigator into Mormonism using a fake handgun and chloroform. 3 days later, a freed Anderson made a report to the police that he'd been abducted, driven to Devon, and imprisoned against his will, and chained to a bed in a cottage where Joyce Vernon McKinney, a former 1973 Miss Wyoming, Wyoming, born 6 August 1949 as Joy McKinney, had attempted to seduce and then raped him. It's going to get weirder. Police set up a sting operation by having Anderson set up a September 21 rendezvous with McKinney and May, leading to the two suspects being arrested. Okay, so he said, get back. They said, get back in touch with her and let's arrest. So I guess he said, hey, I really dug it. Let's get together again. Now, these two have a history, which is weird. On 19 September 77, McKinney and her alleged conspirator, Keith May, were arrested and charged with kidnap and assault. They vigorously denied the charges. Will be taken to Epsom for a court appearance. She held a notice up at the window of the police vehicle saying, Kirk left me willingly. The English must have, I think she actually appears on a tabloid with her top off. That's how much they loved her. They loved this whole fucking story. The English love this shit, especially because they're Americans. At the committal hearing, McKinney stated of Anderson, I loved him so much I would ski naked down Mount Everest in the nude with a carnation up my nose if he asked me to. Like, see, this is the good strange that I'm talking. Like, we're in clown world, weird, bizarre, like this new nuclear energy,
director who dresses in drag and shit. Like, that's just weird, strange. Okay, that's weird, clown work. This is kind of interesting, strange. Like, who says I would ski down Mount Everest naked, in the nude, with a carnation up my nose if he asked me to? Press reports and McKinney's solicitor refer to the size differential between McKinney, described as slightly built, and Anderson, described as substantially larger. Under the Sexual Offense Act of 1956, then in force in the United Kingdom, because the victim was male, no crime of rape had been committed, though indecent assault of a man did apply. McKinney and May jumped bail and absconded from the UK on 12 April in 1978. So the following year, they take off. Their trial had been due to begin on 2nd May. A judge at London Central Criminal Court in June 1978 sentenced McKinney and May in absentia to 1 year in prison for skipping bail if their bail money, £1,000 each, was not paid to the court in forfeit. No extradition proceedings were instituted by Britain. They're like, good, get the fuck out of here. We don't have to worry about you. Spend money. We got a lot of run, a lot of play, a lot of tabloid headlines. See you later. Yeah, it gets weirder. On July 18th, 79, May and McKinney were both arrested by the United States, by the FBI on charges of making false statements in order to obtain passports. They both received suspended sentences. They're letting them go. So this is very weird. Okay. When they came to the United States, they flew through Canada, and they posed as nuns. Okay. May and McKinney pose as nuns. Now, she just fucking held the guy against her will, right? The whole thing is like completely strange. Posed as nuns. And they had fake passports. This is what happens. So McKinney was again the subject for police action, allegedly stalking Anderson in his workplace, though he was now married with children. Keith May, her co-star, died in 2004. All right, this is bizarre because then in 2008, remember, this is Uranus and Scorpio, so eventually they're doing like, technological shit. In 2008, a story about a woman named Vernon McKinney appeared in the media after the woman had her pet dog cloned in South Africa, okay? Her pet dog is cloned in South Africa. Journalists tied the two incidents together in articles identifying facial similarity between Vernon McKinney and Joyce Vernon McKinney. After initial denials, the International Herald Tribune and other publications carried an admission by McKinney that she was the person named. So apparently she had convinced this South Korean company that she would make their company famous if they cloned her dog. She had no money. Now, the revival of the story led to the documentary of filmmaker Errol Morris to produce a 2010 film, Tabloid, surrounding some. Errol Morris gets into this whole thing. And the film also gives further details regarding McKinney's work as a call girl, earning funds for her team. She had a team of 4 people to go get the guy. International by offering bondage and S&M services around the time she became obsessed with Anderson. There are pictures of her, by the way, in bondage with other people. And also, remember, the Sex Pistols come out of the bondage world of Malcolm McLaren and Kings Row. That's where they get all their fashions. It's all bondage related. Like, it's all fucking weird. 77 is the weirdest fucking year on planet. It's like weirder than 68. 68 is violent. Like 77 is violent too, but it's violent in a different kind of way. You've got this strange, like, terror threat underneath everything, part of Operation Gladio. All these planes crashing, dropping out of the sky, a convergence of the terror thing and the plane thing happening in 77. It's just bizarre. Then you get this story. Apparently she's homeless now. 2019, they named McKinney as a person involved in a fatal hit and run, took the life of Gennady Bolotsky, a 91-year-old. It just gets weirder. She kills a 91-year-old Holocaust survivor. Like, how fucking weird. Okay, so I'm going to show you. It's even stranger with this woman. The incident took place in North Hollywood in the neighborhood of Valley Village on Monday, the 16th of June, 2019. So that's 2 years ago. Corona's happening. Bolotsky was walking his dogs and they got into their dog thing, right? So she hits a person with a dog. She got a clone dog from South Africa who was her service dog. This whole thing is fucking nuts. On Magnolia Boulevard in Wilkinson, when he was struck by a 2006 GMC pickup truck, the incident was captured by surveillance video from nearby business. Stills from the video were released by police. Locals identified the vehicle as belonging to the unidentified homeless woman, was subject of frequent police reports. On 21 June 2019, investigators followed a lead. The suspected vehicle was parked in the city of Burbank near the Burbank airport. Investigators located McKinney, who appeared to be living in the vehicle along with her 3 dogs. Jesus. During the investigation, detectives learned that McKinney had outstanding warrants for battery, public nuisance from an unrelated investigation. McKinney was taken into custody for pre-existing warrants and booked into Valley Jail Division. Van Nuys, McKinney's vehicle was impounded. Process for evidence. What happened to her dogs? I guess her dogs were taken away from her. McKinney was taken to Metropolitan State Hospital in Norwalk, February 2020. A judge in Van Nuys ruled once again she was not competent for her next hearing. So I guess she's in a political, a mental institution. She tried to sue this guy, Errol Morris, who's a documentary filmmaker, and she wasn't successful with that. Okay, so there's other strange shit with her. Like, there's other weird stuff with her. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. I had this page set aside. And I'm going to do David Berkowitz, and I promise I'll be done. And I'm going to skip, I think I'll skip Chiron. I'm going to skip Chiron because this is going on for such a long time. All right, hold on. But I got to show you this page. This, because it ties back into the Mormons. It ties into this whole MK Ultra world through this woman, Joyce McKinney. Remember, she's got 2 names too, right? Let me see if I can find it. Give me 1 second. The Berkowitz thing I have to get to because it's such a huge part of this year. And again, it's also very much connected to Gary Gilmore. Like, there's a very powerful Gary Gilmore connection. Okay, so let me get her name. I'm just going to show you something. This whole thing with her is bizarre. Totally bizarre. So I can find her full name. I want to get this thing. All right, let's just try this. Because it also involves like the big story with this. See if I can just find, and it's right up there in terms of like this article. I think this is it. Yes. Okay, so check this out. So she knows this guy, Kyle Anderson. That's his name. She knows him from college. They were both students at Brigham Young in Utah, which is where Gary Gilmore is assassinated. Not in Brigham Young, but in Utah. Gary Gilmore has Mormon roots. So they met in the 70s. They were both students. She was studying for her doctorate in drama. She's a Leo, can you tell? And had recently converted to the Mormon religion. So she wasn't Mormon by birth. He was an undergrad, 19 to her 25. They became romantically involved and had a sexual sense at least once. Okay, so he was banging her in Utah. Okay, so he must have like flipped her switch because she became obsessed with him. Now, he wasn't the only Mormon. Apparently, she was obsessed with, which I'll get to here in a minute, which is why I think the mind control thing comes into play. McKinney later claimed this sexual encounter led to a pregnancy and miscarriage, Anderson went to his church to express how he violated his religious belief, to wait until marriage for intercourse. Subsequently, he decided to leave the country. So this is where he goes to England. McKinney hired a detective to track down Anderson. When she discovered he was in England on a Mormon mission, she followed him there with her friend Keith May. So there she is, this little vixen, handcuffs him with mink handcuffs, not just any handcuffs. I mean, she didn't want to hurt his wrists. McKinney confronted Anderson on the steps of a Mormon church, what appeared to be a real gun. They were fakes. She marched him to her car where she and May used chloroform to knock Anderson out. They then drove to a rented countryside home in England. She reportedly handcuffed Anderson to bed with mink-lined handcuffs after leaving him tied to the bed for several days, during which she claims Anderson agreed to marry. He probably said, fuck, I'll marry you. Just get me out of here. McKinney had sex with Anderson several times. For 3 days, Anderson was able to free himself and flee. He went straight to the police to report the crime. Authorities said the sex was non-consensual. So there he is. Like, this is the dude she's like gunning after. This is crazy. It's called Madam Mayhem. That was her name. She sold the story. She made a significant amount of money to the tabloids. She fled England and posed as a nun. That's the nun story. McKinney claimed, now this is where it gets interesting. You get into the programming side of this shit. Her intentions were to deprogram Anderson from the Mormon cult. Remember, MK Ultra is just weeks before this happens. She's going to deprogram him. She's crazy. She's crazy. You can just tell. By the way, I've seen other pictures of her less clad and also doing bondage. McKinney told tabloids that her preparation for the kidnapping included reading books on deprogramming people into leaving cults. That's Kathy O'Brien's fucking story, right? Deprogramming, leaving cults. Kathy O'Brien, MK Ultra poster child. Sarah Palin, MK Ultra poster child. She believed she could help de-brainwash cult Kirk through sexual acts. Reportedly, McKinney believed the Mormon church was a cult and then convinced her true love, Anderson, to shirk her and run away to England. She also claimed to use bondage to fix his sexual problems. He was grinning like a monkey. I don't have to beg boys for services. I'm 38, 24, 36. So I don't beg. I am Miss Wyoming. Shit gets nuts, man. Okay, so now she has a history of obsessing over Mormon men. Apparently, she banged one of the Osmond brothers, not Donnie. Despite the fact that McKinney denounced the Mormon religion, she was reportedly dedicated to it for a time and converted while staying with the Mormon family during college. Whether it was a newfound religion or a flair for the theatrical, McKinney reportedly became obsessed with an unpopular Osmond family. Before McKinney met Anderson, she allegedly had a relationship with Mormon Wayne Osmond, who she wanted to get married. She wanted to marry. It's nuts. She hired 2 bodyguards. I don't know if she's 38, by the way. I think she's... Utah police arrested her again for sitting her car outside of Anderson's place. She's nuts. She's totally nuts. Then she gets into, she worked as a call girl. She's got and then she gets this. In 2008, McKinney once again, again in news headlines. This time it was for dog cloning under the name of Brett Byrne, her middle name. She reportedly ordered a South Korean laboratory to clone her beloved deceased pit bull, Booger. You see, 77 was like strange, weird, in a good way. Like, it's fucking weird. This whole thing is weird, but strange, and eccentric, weird, strange. Apparently, $50,000 was a reduced price because she promised to garner publicity for the cloning lab, which aided in starting the world's first ever commercial dog cloning company. Then she's in this documentary by Errol Morris, and then she sues him. I think she loses. She's been working on her. I want to get this woman on the show. Like, can I talk to her from Norwalk State Hospital? Like, how fucking nuts is that? You've got this background of mind control. Mormons, which are very much linked to like this whole cultic behavior and probably their own version of mind control. You got Gary Gilmore at the beginning of the year, who is in and out of these institutions, coming out of a Mormon background, winds up getting executed in Utah, Mormon country. And then the end of the year comes, you get this strange story with this mind control beauty pageant queen from Wyoming who stalks Mormons and wants to deprogram one of them using bondage and sex. Welcome to 1977. And the background script is MK Ultra being unspooled by the Senate. Right? It's fucking weird. It's everything. And then you've got this alternative 3, all this hidden in plain sight shit. You've got Project Gladio, all this crazy terror stuff happening in Europe. You've got all these plane crashes, Legionnaire's disease. You've got all the 77, I'm telling you, is one of the most important years ever for a number of different reasons. It's this convergence of everything that's happening and that's going to happen and that's going to come out of everything that starts in 1977, including the high strange of where we are now. It's all there. It's all there. Okay, I got one more thing to cover here, and I promise I'll be out here. Long show. Probably the longest show I've ever done, by the way. And that's David Berkowitz, Son of Sam. I'm going to read you a little bit of Son of Sam, read you a little bit of Berkowitz, and the parallels between him and Gary Gilmore are nuts. Now, keep in mind, I'm going to give you some other information here, which comes out later. David Berkowitz, Son of Sam, later confesses that he does not act alone and that the murders that take place during that time are a group of people that he's connected with, which would later show up in Hollywood, California. And there's the work that's been done on the smiley face killers actually lead all the way back to David Berkowitz and Son of Sam, which apparently are related to this group that kills young men generally. I think a few women might, but mostly young men. They fit a profile too. Very strange profile. They're all kind of around 5'11", 6 feet and slight, like, 150, 160. They're all pretty bright. They're all mostly white, but not all of them. They wind up missing. Sometimes they wind up missing in groups, 2 or 3. They're usually found connected to water, small bodies of water, either lakes, rivers, not usually rivers, ponds, lakes, sometimes aqueducts, usually water in their lungs, but clearly not enough from drowning in those places. And then what happens to them in terms of the coroner's report, it never ever gets addressed. Like usually drowning is the cause of death, but so many other things have happened to some of these people, like their teeth being removed, their genitalia is being mutilated. There's all kinds. I mean, this is dark stuff, right? Dark stuff. And the people that have studied some of I think there's one person in particular, Russ Winter's done a lot of really great work on this, by the way. It all leads back to David Berkowitz and Son of Sam. And you can see that there are these groups of killers, some of which might be ritualistic in their intent. Clearly the water thing is ritualistic in some way, right? Bizarre. So Berkowitz comes on the scene in 76 and 77, known as the Summer of Sam, because you have the blackout. And then you have this whole thing with Berkowitz. And I did a chart with Berkowitz and Gilmore. So here, let me just read you the Berkowitz. And look, I'm not sorry this has gone long, because there's fucking so much to talk about. And I can't really break it down into 2 shows. All right. So let's just look at the Berkowitz stuff. His parallel with Gary Gilmore is frighteningly similar.
So David Richard Berkowitz was born. So again, he has two different names, just like Gary Gilmore, but he doesn't have a Venus-Mars conjunction. Gary Gilmore's got Venus female, Mars male. Berkowitz is a Gemini. By the way, his sun sign is almost an exact 180-degree opposition of Gary Gilmore's. It's off by 1 degree. 1 degree. All right, so and they both have two names. Okay, two names. David Richard Berkowitz was born Richard David Falco. They flipped the names on June 1st, 1953, which is, by the way, the year of the snake. Right. So 1977, the year of the snake, known as the Son of Sam and the 44 caliber killer, an American serial killer who pleaded guilty to 8 shootings that began in New York City on July 29th, 1976. So again, this goes on for a year. It goes through the summer of 77, and he's apprehended in the summer of 77. Berkowitz grew up in New York City and served in the United States Army. Using the 44 caliber Bulldog revolver, he killed 6 people and wounded 7 others in July of 77. Now, again, he talked about, he converts to Christianity, and he talks about how there were other people involved, and then he stops talking to people. So he was so the killing spree terrorized New Yorkers and gained worldwide notoriety. Berkowitz eluded the police, manhunt, and history, Vegas police, while leaving letters that mocked the police and promised further crimes. The reason why he was able to get away with them for a while is because he didn't meet the profile. There were other people that were involved in this, right? So that's why he was fairly elusive for a year. He was arrested on August 10th, 1977, and subsequently indicted for 8 shootings. He confessed to all of them. Initially claimed to have been obeying the orders of a demon manifested in the form of a dog. So now we have the dog thing coming into play, right? Just like Miriam Brennan or Brennan Miriam, right? With her, it's strange shit. To his neighbor, Sam, Berkowitz was found mentally competent to stand trial. He pleaded guilty to second-degree murder, was found guilty, sentenced to 6 consecutive life sentences with possibility of parole after 25 years in state prison. He subsequently admitted the devil dog story was a hoax. In the course of further police investigations, Berkowitz was also implicated in many unsolved arsons in the city. Okay. So during the mid-1990s, he amended his confession, this is an important part, to claim he'd been a member of a violent satanic cult that orchestrated the incidents as ritual murder. Remember, the year started with Gary Gilmore as a ritual murder. It's exactly what it is. It's a ritual murder. A few law enforcement authorities have said that his claims might be credible, but he remains the only person ever charged with the shootings. A new investigation of the murders began in 1996, but was suspended indefinitely after inconclusive findings. It was suspended because they were getting close to who was behind the murders. They didn't want to go anywhere further after that. So look at his past. Berkowitz was born Richard David Falco, June 1st, 1953, New York. His mother, Elizabeth Betty Broder, grew up as part of an impoverished Jewish family and was a waitress. She married Tony Falco, an Italian-American. After a marriage of less than 4 years, Tony Falco left her for another woman. In 1950, Broder started a relationship with a man named Joseph Kleinman. 3 years later, she became pregnant with a child whom she named Richard David Falco, which is weird, right? Because that was the Italian guy, right? Tony Falco, strange. But a few days after Richard's birth, Broder gave the child away, although her reasons for doing so are unknown. Writers have surmised that Kleinman threatened to abandon her if she kept the baby and use his name. Now, she might have still been seeing this guy, Richard David Falco guy, which is why she named him Richard David Falco. It's weird, right? Like, you know, why wouldn't she name him Kleinman or Broder? She doesn't do that. The infant boy was adopted by Pearl and Nathan Berkowitz of the Bronx. The Jewish-American couple were hardware store retailers of modest means and childless in middle age. They reversed the order of the boys' first and middle names and gave him their own surname. So now they're flipping his name around, raising the young David Richard Berkowitz as their only child. You know who else has this? Is the kid from Cruise. The Cruise kid from Miami goes through the same thing. He's adopted by an older couple who are Jewish in, oh God. Well, it's I think it's in Dade County. I'm pretty sure it's in Dade. But what's the other county? It's the one next to Dade. Anyway, it's the same story, right? Cruz gets adopted. And then his adopted parents die. And I think his adopted parents are Jewish. Pretty sure of that. It's very similar here, although Cruz's parents were rich. That's the other part of it. Like they left him a bunch of money. Okay. So the boys adopt. Okay, so they were hardware store retailers of modest median child middle age. They were okay. So, all right. Journalist John Vincent Sanders wrote that Berkowitz was a somewhat troubled, although above average intelligence. Sounds like Gary Gilmore, right? He lost interest in learning at an early age, became infatuated with petty larceny and starting fires. Neighbors and relatives recall Berkowitz as difficult, spoiled, and a bully. His adoptive parents consulted at least one psychotherapist due to his misconduct, but his misbehavior never resulted in legal intervention or serious mention in school records. He attended public school 1, 2, 3, and 77. Berkowitz's adoptive mother died of breast cancer when he was 14 years old, and his home life became strained during the later years, particularly because he disliked his adopted father's second wife. He lived with his father, although while attending Christopher Columbus High School, graduating in college in a 4.5-room apartment. So he has strained relationships with his adoptive parents. And he's got this weird background. Like it's kind of similar in some ways to Gary Gilmore. Like he gets involved in petty crime. So he goes into the army and he goes into an infantry division, served in South Korea. Think of what? We got so he served in Fort Knox with an infantry division in South Korea. That's interesting, right? What also connects it with South Korea? This woman who gets her dog fucking cloned. So there are these weird South Korea connections with these stories that are right next to each other. He got an honorable discharge in 74, located his birth mother, Betty. After a few visits, she disclosed the details of his birth. The news greatly disturbed Berkowitz. Just like, what's his name? Gary Gilmore gets disturbed by the birth certificate, right? He thinks that he's a bastard or he's got a different father, right? So there's these weird parallels between the two. Okay, so let's keep going here. The array of reluctant father figures. So the father plays a role in Gilmore and Berkowitz. Forensic anthropologist Elliot Layton described Berkowitz's discovery of his adoption birth details as a primary crisis in his life, a revelation that shattered his sense of identity. His communication with his birth mother lapsed, but for a time, he remained in communication with his half-sister, Rosalind. He attended Bronx Community College for 1 year. Remember that Gary Gilmore was supposed to attend community college in Portland for a year, or Eugene, one of the two, or at least attended, but he doesn't. But Berkowitz does. He's there for a spring. He went to work as a driver for the Co-op City Taxi Company. That's interesting, right? Taxi Driver has already come out before then. Taxi Driver, I think, comes out, 71? He subsequently had several non-professional jobs at the time of his arrest. He was working as a letter sorter for the USPS. So he's working as a letter sorter. Thing's fucking crazy. During the mid-70s, he starts to commit violent crimes. He bungled a murder. And he switched to a handgun. I got a foreman stabbing. So when he was 22, committed his first attack on Christmas Eve when he used a hunting knife to stab 2 women. in Co-op City. The first alleged victim, Hispanic woman, was never identified by the police. Second was Michelle Foreman, sophomore at Truman High School. So we have the Truman story, or the Truman Show here. Who we stabbed 6 times on a bridge near Dreiser Loop, named after Theodore Dreiser, whose injuries were serious enough to be hospitalized for a week. Okay, so he keeps going on here. He's shooting. Damasio Lumino, Freund and Deal. This goes all the way up to January 77. And then on 7:30 p.m., March 8, 77, we have another shooting, Virginia Voskershian, 19, right? This goes all the way through the Summer of Sam, right here. Esau and Surrey. This is weird, right? So you have Alexander Esau. This is biblical character. That's bizarre. A truck operator, and Valentina Suriani, aspiring actress. So they're killed. Esau. That's crazy. This is all very, wrote a letter to Jimmy Breslin. Like, so when you get into this whole, and I'm not going to go through all these shootings, right? When you get into all these, you find out, again, the key thing is in the 1990s, he does another confession that says that he was involved in a satanic cult. And it's through that cult that these murders occur, and that cult is connected. It's this guy who gets into the music business in Southern California. The whole thing's really fucking weird, okay? It's very strange. And they think they solve these murders, but they really don't solve these murders. They don't solve these murders. And this gets into, and I'm going to show you a couple. Why don't I just show you Gilmore and Berkowitz's chart, because I have them, and they're very strange. Like, they're very, very strange charts. So this is Berkowitz's natal chart. Okay, what's weird about these two charts is, remember I told you to bookmark Scorpio rising, right? So Berkowitz is 28 Scorpio rising. He's at the end. I'm sorry. Gilmore's at the end of Scorpio rising. Berkowitz is at the beginning of Scorpio rising. So they're both Scorpio rising, Scorpio sun. And you can see all of his Gemini stuff hidden in the 8th house, right? He's got sun. He's compulsive. He's fucking compulsive. He's got a Mercury-Mars conjunction in Gemini in the 8th house. He's compulsive. He has no breaks. This is a guy with no breaks. Ironically, Neptune isn't. Oh yeah, there's a square with Neptune and the moon. So look, he's got a moon in Aquarius, just like Gary Gilmore. They both have crazy mothers, right? Crazy mothers. And he's got a moon true node conjunction in Aquarius. You know, and to me, I mean, that's very cultic in a lot of ways. Like, Aquarius is group activity, and he's got that Neptune Saturn conjunction in the 12th house. The whole satanic cult thing is, I can see it in his chart. It's all the Gemini in the 8th house, Saturn, Neptune, in the 12th house, which is kind of interesting because he converts to, I think, Catholicism. I think he converts to Catholicism. But those planets are squaring down here, right? Like squaring Chiron, which is in conjunct with Pluto and Mars. Oh boy. Kind of an intense chart, right? But you can see like the cultic stuff. It's like here, a little bit here with Aquarius, group activity. I think Saturn, Neptune in the 12th house probably fucking saves them, really. Okay. So I'm going to show you his chart and Gilmore's chart together, which is really a trip. So this is the synastry between Gary Gilmore and David Berkowitz. Right. So Gary Gilmore. So, oh, that's his death. Okay, hold on. That's the death chart. My bad. I don't want that one. I want Gilmore and Berkowitz. All right. Blackout, Chiron. Okay. So it looks like I still have it on Astro. This is the one chart I probably didn't bring up. All right, hold on. Oh, shit. Did I get rid of Gary Gilmore's chart? Oh, there's Berkowitz. Okay. I got to put Gary Gilmore back in here again just to show you I apologize. Okay. Where is it? Let's do this. All right. Do Gary G. Just to show you the weird synastry of this whole thing. All right. And all right, so December 4, 1940. So Gilmore is born in the year of the dragon. And let's see, it's 6:30 a.m. McCamey, Texas. Okay. All right. I can't believe it's fucking 1 a.m. If anybody's still here watching this, I can't believe it. But I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to finish this thing because this is going to be the longest show I've ever done. Period. End of story. Okay. Here we go. All right, let's just do this, 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 this. If anybody's here still, God bless you. You're either an insomniac or you're nuts. Okay. I'm going to play this. I'm not going to play this. I'm going to show this chart, and then I'm going to call it a night. All right. Okay. So just check this out. This is the synastry chart between Gary Gilmore and David Berkowitz. They're bookends for 1977. One brings 1977 in. Theoretically, one takes 1977 out. One is a ritual killing. The other speaks of being a group that's part of ritual killings. We have the MK Ultra script that's also unrolling in the background. We have this strange, bizarre story of Miss Wyoming, who is connected to the Mormon Church. You have Gary Gilmore connected to the Mormon Church in Utah, trying to deprogram somebody who she was obsessed after. You have her getting this dog, this clone dog later from South Korea. David Berkowitz was in South Korea and said he heard the voice of Satan coming to him through a dog named Sam. Okay, this is just 77. Again, it's the weirdest fucking year. But I can't stress enough how much this Gary Gilmore thing plays a huge role as a ritual sacrifice and a ritual killing, which will open the gates for everything that happens post 1977. And the two of them, their sun signs, one is at 12 Sag, the other is at 11 Gemini. So they form this strange opposition, right? This strange opposition. They're connected astrologically. They, in a bizarre way, they kind of complete one another. And then the strange connection with the mothers and the revelation of the different names and the birth, and both of those things sending them both into theoretical, like, apoplectic fits, which result in more aberrant behavior. Both men have moon in Aquarius. Strange mothers, like mothers with strange stories, and mothers delivering strange news at strange times, right? That's what happens. Although with Gilmore, he finds it out from his grandmother, but it hits him, but it's connected to his mother nonetheless, who, again, right? He's theoretically, her father is fucking, you know, Harry Houdini. Like, how bizarre and weird is that? And then, and I'm assuming that Kleinman is not the father of Berkowitz, but this other guy, Falco, is the father. Strange shit. Just bizarre. And Falco just sounds like a mob name too, doesn't it? Totally sounds like. So we have also, right? So there's the true node conjunct the moon, and Berkowitz's Gilmore's Pluto is on Berkowitz's south node, which is again kind of strange, right? Like there's this weird past life thing with Pluto south node there. Like, by this time, of course, Gilmore's dead, but Berkowitz and his crew are still running rampant. And then look at all this strange, like, Gemini shit, right? In his seventh house. Like, there's this weird connection and relationship between Gary Gilmore. They probably didn't even know each other, right? But in this kind of synchronistic world of astrology, they're connected. They're connected through the sun oppositions. They're connected through the Aquarian mothers with the moon. And if you look at Berkowitz's chart, he's got all this eighth house stuff, right? And then over here, Gilmore's got all this. Remember I said the 12th house and the 8th house were connected to these strange archetypal forces, right? They emerge out of these two. And it's pretty clear that Berkowitz is probably schizophrenic. I think he's probably schizophrenic with all this Gemini going on and no impulse control. It's all so bizarre, really bizarre. And again, when you look at this whole Son of Sam thing, it never really gets solved. I mean, they pin it on David Berkowitz, who's a patsy. He's a patsy. That doesn't mean he wasn't involved. He probably was, but he's not the main person behind all of this. So 77 is a portal. 1977, to put all this together, right, is a portal. It's a portal for the evolutionary leap of technology. It is a portal for what happens after the death of Gary Gilmore, which is the birth of the psychopath as hero. It is celebrating and mythologizing the sociopath, because that's what happens. And then the bookend of that is David Berkowitz, who in his own way is mythologized. Like, they make a movie out of David Berkowitz called The Summer of Sam. So there's this strange, and who had was it the Dead Boys? Didn't the Dead Boys have a song about Son of Sam? Anyway, more mythologizing, right? So you have that. You have this whole Operation Gladio, all this terror shit going on in 1977. You have the Jupiter-Neptune opposition with travel in 1977. Planes are falling out of the sky, running into each other. You've got helicopters falling out of the sky. You've got accidents with trains, public transportation, and then the combination of the two merging with the terror groups. It's the most fucking bizarre year ever, and it's pivotal.
It brings us the evolutionary ramp up of technology. It opens the gateway of the sociopath as the anti-hero. Because remember now, the guy who writes Black Sunday, which is the script for, in a lot of ways, 1977, he writes Red Dragon, which is the first book on Hannibal Lecter. Gary Gilmore is killed in the Year of the Dragon. Hannibal Lecter there are two movies. There's one, Manhunter, with William Peterson. And of course, there's Silence of the Lambs. And in Silence of the Lambs, the character of Hannibal Lecter, right, played by the English fucking actor, I can't remember his name now, but he's famous. It'll come to me. Hannibal Lecter. This is a problem with that movie, The Silence of the Lambs. He's a monster. He's an absolute monster. He's a monster in the flesh. They make him somewhat sophisticated. They have him bond with Clarice Starling. When you look at the MK Ultra stuff, right? You look at MK Ultra, bird names play kind of an interesting role in programming. And that's her last name, Starling. And in a lot of ways, she is being traumatized and programmed by Hannibal Lecter. It's a very unusual relationship. And at the end of the movie, he gets away. Hannibal Lecter gets away. In cinema, that is considered to be one of the classic, like, no-nos of cinema. You put the monster back in the fucking box. And Lecter doesn't go back in the box. So what does that mean? It means that the spirit unleashed via cinema and Hannibal Lecter is loose. It's loose. It's loose in our world. And I know that there was a sequel which sucked. And I'm not sure if the sequel was a prequel. I don't know. I can't quite remember that. But Hannibal Lecter's never been put back in the fucking cage. And that's a problem. Believe it or not, it's a problem, because that brings us into the unloosening of the sociopath after the movie Silence of the Lambs. They get the killer, right? They get the killer, Jamie, what's his name? Whatever his name is. Who is based on Ed Gein. But the real killer is loose. That happened another time with the Oliver Stone movie. Oh, fuck, it's late. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make here is that 77 is the gateway to that. It's the gateway with Gary Gilmore. It's the gateway with Son of Sam and David Berkowitz. And in a lot of ways, it's the portal to the time that we're in now. Technologically, it's the portal to the time that we're in now, right? And the deconstruction of that technology is also taking place. And with the terrorist stuff, right? That's Europe's version. Europe got the terror shit during that time because of Operation Gladio and shutting everything down. Meanwhile, they're electing communist governments in Spain. Interesting, right? All right, it's been a long show. I don't know who's still here. I'm going to end it. Thanks for being here. Thanks for taking a crazy ride down memory lane. 1977. Next week, I'll be back, and we're going to talk about 2/22/22 and hopefully connect it to 2/22/20 and expand out from there. Believe it or not, I'll be back tomorrow. 15 minutes of flame. Use your head in order to discern what's real. Your heart's open what's possible. If you're still here, God bless you. I'm not even going to check. I'm just going to tap out. Take care.